baseball fans, and welcome. We're going to be treated to a gorgeous day for baseball on the show. It's the St. Louis Cardinals and the Chicago Cubs. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. Almost ready to get underway. Pitching in our game today, Shota Imanaga.
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get 1 or 2 over in the strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
Mason Wynn leading things off and takes a strike. Swing and a ball lifted in the air. Tucker on the move. 1 away. Here's a Cardinals lineup now. Now with their ace on the mound today, they're just looking to provide him a little bit of run support, and they'll see what they can do for him.
Boog, you have to be really careful when you've got a guy like this on the mound for you to not become a spectator. You know that he doesn't give up a whole lot, but sometimes guys get a little too comfortable and don't have an urgency to score runs. You have to make sure you put him in a situation where he can get the W, but also you guys can cruise to the finish line and not have to worry about a comeback in the end.
Alec Burleson stands in now and watches strike 1. Fights that one away, and the count remains 0-2. 1 out, base is empty. Gets a piece, and it stays 0-2. Strikes him out, went with the sweeper, and it worked. And up to hit is Wilson Contreras. Right through there for a strike. Shota, 31 years old. He joined the team as a free agent. And ball 1. 2 outs, base is empty. That misses the zone. 2 balls and a strike. And a big swing and a miss. 2-2. Oh, what a stop. Gathers and throws, and they get the out.
Proof right there of why he's a Gold Glover. Flash that leather around and make everybody excited. Nice job to end the inning.
Back here with my pal Singy, and getting to start, Sonny Gray.
It's always interesting to see how he utilizes all of his pitches and how many of those he has a good feel for on that given day. When he's right, he's really able to keep hitters guessing, and all of his stuff seems to be coming out of the same arm slot, the same tunnel, and that can make life very difficult on his opponents.
Ian Happ up to hit. Cubs made Ian Happ a first-round pick in 2015. He played at the University of Cincinnati as an infielder. Played a little bit of outfield, but a guy in 2022. What a year, Chris. Both an all-star and a Gold Glover.
Yeah, and wins that Gold Glove as a left fielder, and it's a guy that was a pretty good center fielder as well. But one of the things for him is just being able to be in the same spot every day. I think it increases the comfort level and allows that athletic ability to really shine.
That one misses, and the count is 2-2. Half lays off. Struck him out without a swing. Fastball at the letters froze him for strike 3.
Frustrating end to the at-bat for the hitter, and I'm sure that's going to sit on him for a little while. You want to be ready to hit the fastball. Sometimes you can overthink things, and I think that was the case right there.
Kyle Tucker in the box now. No balls and a strike. Late swing, foul to the left.
I wouldn't throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball, slightly elevated. He just is having a hard time catching up.
Swing and a ground ball. Gets it to first. And here this afternoon, 2 quickly away in the bottom of the first. Here's a look at the Cubs lineup. With an excellent arm on the mound, Singy, this won't be easy. They'll need to take advantage of the opportunities that they do have.
You're right about that, Boog. Odds are they won't have many chances against this guy, but if they can rattle him out of the gates, they'll have a shot. If not, look out. It might be a long day for this offense.
Seiya Suzuki, the next Cub to hit. And a first pitch fastball is in for a strike. And there's a ball.
That's a good pitch there. Really had some run and finished a little up and in just on the edge. And that's one of those, if you swing at it, you had a broken back as you jog back to the dugout.
No swing. Earl Hendricks with the call. Two outs. Michael Busch in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Fastball for a strike.
3 balls, 2 strikes.
Battling here as he fouls it away. And a swing and a miss. And that's that. Cubs are down quietly. We played an inning. No score. Back here at Wrigley Field. Second inning set to go. Here's Nolan Arenado. Nolan Arenado at the plate. Arenado, guy who delivers big-time power at the dish and will probably go down as one of the greatest defensive third basemen of all time. First pitch misses. Check swing. Did he go? Yes, he did.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Swing and a miss. And it's 1-2.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss in the zone because that's where you can get hurt.
The 1-2. Got him. 1 out in the second. Now up for St. Louis, Brendan Donovan. Outfield playing pretty shallow. First pitch doesn't find the zone. Ground ball right side and foul ball. Late on that fastball.
Definitely got the hitter conscious of the pitch inside. Really think the outer half is open.
And that's in the dirt. No score here in the second. Just missed.
Really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
Lars Nootbaar in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Line drive, that's a base hit. So they get a man aboard with a 1-out single.
Love how he became a really tough out with 2 strikes right there. Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the barrel straight to it. That's great work right there.
1 down, runner at first. Lars Nootbaar next up for the Cardinals. That one hammered, but pulled foul. Donovan, the runner at first with 1 gone in the inning. On the ground, could be 2. Feed to second, that's 1. What a double play that was. Inning over. And welcome into the ballpark. Happy to have you with us. We've got a perfect day for baseball. It's the Detroit Tigers taking on the Athletics. First pitch coming your way next. So just about set now. And on the mound today, Luis Severino.
Well, there are going to be a lot of balls in play because of the ground ball rate. Important that the defense stays engaged in the game. I think it's critical. Tempo is there. If you work quickly, it helps the fielders behind you to stay engaged, to make those plays, and help you get through the innings.
And now here's a speed threat. Outfielder Parker Meadows. And that one is downstairs. And this one is off and running. Severino.
2 balls, no strikes.
That one's in there, and a count 2-1.
Good zip on that fastball at the bottom of the zone. If he's there all day, it's going to be a tough one for the hitters.
Next offering upstairs. And that one hit to first, and it goes just foul. Caught him looking for the K.
I'm not saying it wasn't a strike or, it was a ball, whatever, but just the location with that velocity. It's hard enough to, even if the velocity's not great, but that velocity, that location, tip your cap.
Here's Gleyber Torres. That clips the corner.
0-1's the count.
And a strike to Gleyber.
0-2 is the count.
Next pitch is outside.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss in the zone because that's where you can get hurt.
Swing and a high fly ball out towards right field. He's got it, and there's 2 down. And now the Tigers line up for manager A.J. Hinch. Singing plenty of left-handed bats in this lineup against the righty on the hill.
Yeah, they're looking to ambush, and you wonder if it's going to lead to a big game for them or not. Certainly, it's a nice boost of confidence to think you can get to that pitcher on the mound with all those lefties in the lineup, and with that extra split second they have to react. We'll see how it shakes out here.
Riley Green stands in with 2 away as he takes a ball. 2 out, space is empty. Headed towards the corner, and no one can get there. Makes the turn and heads for second. And now a runner moves into scoring position as we look for the first run of the ball game.
That pretty much split the zone down the middle, and those are the ones where you got to make them pay.
So the go-ahead run in scoring position. Carpenter will hit next. He's someone that really beats up on right-handed pitching. The lefties, however, give him a little bit more trouble. Ground ball up the middle, and it finds its way through for a hit. Safe at the plate, and the run scores all the way from second. On the board first, it's 1-0.
Comes through with the RBI. I know that was a ground ball, but it was absolutely hammered through the infield. That's not one you're excited to get in front of if you're an infielder. You know they used to say, charge it. Crazy.
So 2 down. Matt Vierling up now for the Tigers. And that is out of play. Next pitch inside, and now it's even 1-1. Double-barreled action in the bullpen. Tyler Ferguson, the young right-hander, up and throwing. Leclerc getting loose as well. Carpenter off of first with 2 away. That's outside, and that's ball 2. That one to first. He takes it himself to the bag, and that'll do it. But they pick up 1 run on the RBI single. It's now 1-0. You're watching Major League Baseball on the show. And we're back. And today's starter, Tarek Skubal.
Try to stay back for that power changeup. Speed differential between the fastball and the changeup is huge. Hitters, they have a hard time staying back.
Now at the plate, Lawrence Butler. Clips the corner. That's strike 1.
0-1.
Check swing, called strike. That one missed.
That's inside.
Got him. One gone here.
Oh, that slider wasn't even close to the strike zone, and he got him to chase. That's just a bad approach right there. Either he was looking for something else and got completely fooled, or he was sitting all over the slider and just couldn't resist the temptation. But, man, really expanded right there and didn't have a chance of making contact with that pitch.
And that one fouled off. Outside low, and that's ball one. Now it's belted deep to left, way out of here, home run. He flexes his power with that swing, and they tie it up. It's 1-1.
That swing completely changes the momentum of this game, Boog. Looks like this guy was looking out over the plate, but he was ready to turn on the inside fastball. So direct to the pitch, absolutely blasted out of this ballpark.
So it's all tied up thanks to the home run. At the plate, J.J. Bleday. And there's a foul ball.
Part of the order coming through now, and with one home run already in this inning, they're definitely looking to do some more damage.
A's looking to put the go-ahead run on base.
Pretty good pitch there to take a rip at. He wants to get his arms extended. He likes the ball away from him a little bit, just not able to square it up.
Foul ball, still 0-2. The line to kick the pitch. Foul ball, it stays 0-2. One down, base is empty. And that's downstairs and outside. Tied up here in the early going.
Five foul balls in this at bat so far, and these two are going head to head. You can see the crowd. They're starting to get into it a little bit more and more each pitch, even though there hasn't been a ball in play yet.
Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. And this is inside. Got him looking. That's a strikeout.
It's a strikeout, but they'll be in good shape if they make their outs as difficult as that one. Those grinding ABs take a toll on a pitcher as the game goes on.
Shea Langoliers in the box with two gone, and takes a look at a called strike. Oh, 1 now. Swing and a tapper that rolls foul. Two down, nobody on. Got him swinging. He chased the changeup And he's registered 3 Ks in this one. Just one hit in the inning, but it was a big one right here as it ties the ball game. All even at 1 apiece.
Yeah, we in goal mode. Going. Yeah, we in goal mode. Never going slow mode. Going. We in goal.
Welcome back, and we've got a new arm on the mound to start the second. Tyler Ferguson. And here's the first baseman, Colton Keith. Swing and a miss. 0-1.
Wow, no fair right
0-1's the
there.
count.
I mean, that slider didn't move till the very last moment. Incredibly difficult to pick that up.
Oh, and that deflects off his glove. Still able to get it there in time. So they get the first out of the inning. Jace Young, the next to hit. In there for strike 1.
Wow, just a beautiful backdoor slider right there. If you've got any chance of hitting that pitch, you have to wait until the absolutely last millisecond. Just a tough pitch to hit and not an easy one to throw either.
Next pitch inside.
inside.
Ball 1.
Man, oh man, I don't know how you take that pitch. That's as close as it gets.
And now 2-2.
Inside.
Good eye right there.
Definitely got the hitter conscious of the pitch inside. Really think the outer half is open.
Jake Rogers in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. That's a good at-bat right there. He was down early in that plate appearance. Works the walk.
Man, that's a tough one to take on the full count, but I guess he saw it really well. It's a really nice plate appearance.
Looks like we've got a substitution at first. And here's the pinch runner, Zach McKinstry. Here's the catcher, Jake Rogers. Yeah, that's fouled off. Man at first, one away. Runner on the go. Pitching for a strike. And safe. It's a stolen base. And the go-ahead run is now in scoring position. And the next pitch is way outside.
As a pitcher, you know the runner on second is ready to push things with his speed. A base hit's probably going to be a big run, so you really...
Swing and a miss. And he's down on strikes. 2 out. So the go-ahead run in scoring position. And next up for the Tigers, Trey Sweeney. Fouled off. He was late. Runner at second, 2 down. The shortstop takes the ball. Just missed. Swing and a miss. And the count is even, 2-2. Tried to check his swing. Appeal to third. He went around. Tough call, but that ends the everybody. Glad you're with us. We've got open-air baseball for you on the show. It's the Philadelphia Phillies and the Milwaukee Brewers. First pitch coming at you right after the break. About to get started here. And on the hill, Freddie Peralta.
Four-pitch guy. He's got some options to work with in terms of keeping hitters off balance. So we'll see how he decides to utilize those weapons through this start here, and whether or not he's able to mix them all in early, or if he wants to hold something back a little bit later, maybe second, third time through the order, and give them something they haven't seen. It's tough when you know a guy's got that in his back pocket. As a hitter, you really have to stay on your toes.
Kyle Schwarber, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball one.
Man, first pitch of the day, and the zone's already tight.
Check swing, and he went. And 1-1.
It's no surprise they call this batter a day player. He statistically performs better in these games, and he's hoping for a big performance in this one.
Pitch misses, and it's 2-1. There's a strike. And Schwarber strikes out.
That was a pretty good pitch. Top of the strike zone. We're seeing more fastballs in that location. Hitters, especially with two strikes, have to be ready to pull the trigger.
I don't think I ever will. How the wrong can be the loudest while the ones who know the deal.
Here's Trey Turner. Swing and a miss as he was late. Peralta, a former All-Star. He features a four-seam fastball, a slider, a changeup, and he occasionally uses a curve. One down, base is empty. That one ripped, but foul. And that's downstairs. 1-2 to count. And a foul ball, he stays alive. They tried to get him to chase on a slider down and away.
This guy's a fun guy to watch taking it bat. He just battles up there. He doesn't take a pitch off at all. Makes it so difficult on the pitchers out there. You can tell they get frustrated with how long it takes to put him away.
One out, base is empty. Strike three, and that's 2 in a row. And Chris, that's a way to neutralize his speed by keeping him off base.
And the defense breathes a sigh of relief because he puts pressure on everyone if he can put the ball in play. But that's how you do it. Keep him off balance, get him out of there, and deal with the next guy.
Here's Harper now. Just missed.
1 ball, no strikes.
Two outs, base is empty. That one at 95 missed up top, and now 2-0. The pitch. Short hop liner, handled it short to first. It's there, and that's a great play. 3 up, 3 down for Philadelphia. Now it's the Brewers' turn. It's a scoreless ball game. You're dialed into the show. Back here at American Family Field. And on the hill for the Phillies, Zach Wheeler.
Power pitcher. He's going to speed you up with the fastball velocity, and out of his hand will explode the breaking ball. Very difficult for hitters to keep that front side closed and hit the ball the other way, because they know if they're not ready to pull the trigger, the fastball will beat them.
Ready to go for the last half of the inning. And now the right fielder, Jackson Chourio. Just missed.
1-0.
Next offering is in for a strike.
Ball 2.
That one fouled off.
Looked like you got a little excited on that fastball. Got to think to yourself, I want to stay up the middle. That way, if you're a little bit early, you hit it out of the ballpark. If you're a little late, opposite field knock.
And that's down and away. Swings and misses, struck him out.
Well, that's a blue zone right there, or the cold zone on the hitting chart. Just doesn't have much success in that part of the strike zone. And a really good job of the pitcher executing. Try to go there as often as you can. The numbers are in your favor.
See, there's this name that I met on the train, and I never complain, but I sure dig my game. We never kick it, it's this and whenever we hang. Kinda stranger when
Now it's Christian Yelich, the MVP in 2018, the runner-up in 2019. That one finds the zone, and that is strike one. And delivers outside. Ball to strike. Late on that fastball.
I wouldn't throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball, slightly elevated. He just is having a hard time catching up.
On the ground to third. Tosses to first. Yelich is out. Let's take a look at the Brewers lineup. A very athletic offensive group with speed spread throughout this offense.
Yeah, and it's so important that they have patient and quality at bats, because the key is to get on base. If they do that, then they can create a whole lot of havoc on the base paths, skid runners around the score, and then that's going to get you some good pitches to hit as well. So a very athletic team, and we should be in for a treat in this one.
It's not the standard approach that we see in today's game, but it does work for them offensively. William Contreras at the plate now as he chases after that one. Chop to the left side. Handles, throws to first, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. Brewers go down quietly, scoreless after one. Back here in Milwaukee, all set for the start of the inning. Now it's the right fielder, Nick Castellanos. Peralta back to work. And ball one. Tap foul at the plate. Swing and a foul out of play. In the dirt, and it's 2-2. Upstairs. Alec Bohm in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Strike three, got him swinging. That K is his third of the game.
This guy will throw any pitch in any count. 3-2. He goes off speed, gets the out.
And now it's Alec Bohm, known for his late inning heroics. swing and a high fly ball well struck. That's back there. Out of here. He'll circle the bases, and that's how they take the lead. It's 1-0. The brighter the lights, the more he shines.
Yeah, this guy lives for big moments, and right there made a statement big time. Love to see a hitter aggressive on the first pitch of an at-bat. You watch him from the on-deck circle, so when you step in the box, you're ready to pull the trigger wherever it's at. Really good job by the hitter. Total conviction on that swing.
And here comes the Brewers manager to the mound. Pitching change coming. That does it for Freddie Peralta, and not his finest start. Never really looked comfortable out there. We'll have a new pitcher on the mound when we get back. Here comes the new arm for the Brewers, Jarrett Koenig.
Pretty tight game, so they're looking for quality pitches out of him right here. Got to do his best to keep the score right where it is.
Now batting Max Kepler. And first offering is fouled off. He's a bullpen arm that keeps the ball in the ballpark. But obviously, out of the bullpen, you're looking to limit home runs.
Yeah, and that's why he's such a high leverage arm. Just doesn't matter for him. He looks at attacking the zone and attacking hitters regardless of the situation.
And that skips into dirt. Activity in the bullpen for the Brewers. Yoel Payamps preparing to come on if needed. Fights that one away. Still 1-2. That's a little bit low.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Still 2-2 after the foul ball. One down, base is empty. That one inside, and it's a full count.
Full count.
Good battle here. About to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Inside, and that's ball 4. It wasn't easy, but he earned that walk after a long at-bat.
Well, that's a nice job of grinding out that at-bat. Saw a lot of pitches and ends up drawing the walk. Very gritty.
So a man at first. JT Realmuto stands in for the Phillies. And a foul ball. And now it's even up. Woody Keller making the calls behind home for us today.
And Boog, something to keep an eye on is how pitchers utilize the top part of the strike zone. We see a lot more of that in today's game with pitchers going up there with hard stuff. Keller, definitely an umpire that isn't afraid to call strikes up in that part of the strike zone.
And a swing and a miss.
This guy's got such a good sinker. As a hitter, you've got to look up in the zone. If you look down, you're going to be chasing stuff in the dirt.
2-2.
In the dirt, but kept close. Swing and a miss, struck him out. This is Bryson Stott. Just missed. At 96, that pitch is in for a strike. Kepler off of first with 2 away. And that's off the inside edge. And a count 2-1.
right through there for a strike.
Two outs. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. 2-2 now. Here's a rip to short, but he's there for the third out. From right field on the south side of Chicago, MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the Tampa Bay Rays going up against the Chicago White Sox. First pitch coming your way next. Just about set to go. Today's starting pitcher, Martin Perez.
Well, that 12-6 curveball explodes out of the hand, and because he's able to throw the high fastball at the top of the strike zone for a strike, hitters commit to that pitch, and before they know it, they're swinging over the top of that curveball.
All right, ready to go here. Here's the veteran first baseman, Yandy Diaz. Fought off foul.
First pitch, 107.
That's out to center field. Robert on the move. And puts the squeeze on that one. And there's one down. All right, let's take a look at the Rays lineup. Singy, this righty-heavy lineup must be licking their chops with a lefty on the mound.
Now, to me, Boog, it shows the managers trying to set these players up to have a big game. Facing an opposite-handed pitcher, you only get a fraction of a second longer to see the ball and decide to swing, but that can be the difference between a line drive and a swinging strike.
On the ground to third, Rojas. Zips it across. Lau out on the play. And now, Junior Caminero. He has consistently been one of the best in the sport against lefties, and yet the righties give him trouble. You know, you don't want to be labeled as that guy, but the numbers say what they say. Up and in, now 2-0.
Well, he's a good player, but if he wants to be great, he's going to have to figure it out against right-handed pitchers. There's so many right-handers in the game that you're going to see them one after another. So you would imagine with that many looks, Boog, that the adjustment's got to be coming soon.
Next offering is in for a strike. 2 out, space is empty. The other way, fair ball. Around first, heading for 2. The relay to second, but he's in there easily.
Showed some really nice patience in that at bat. Worked himself into a good count. He really shot that one down the right field line and somehow found a way to keep it from slicing foul. One thing that was great about the approach, his head was down all the way through the pitch, and that's how you do it.
So runner at second, 2 down. Josh Lowe digs in now, and that one fouled off.
Well, they're looking to get on the board first here after that clutch 2-out double made this inning interesting.
That misses, and the count is 1-1. Movement in the bullpen. Gus Barlin up and loosening in the pen. Ellard also getting ready. 2 outs and 1 in scoring position. Swing and a miss. It's a ball in 2 strikes.
Good late sink on that fastball. Out of the hand looks so good, and then by the time it gets in the hitting zone, hard to get the barrel to it.
And a swing and a miss. That's out number 3.
He's in a tough spot, had to make a great pitch, did it, got the strikeout, gets out of the jam. Clearly, he's happy with those results.
Back here on the south side. And starting this one, Shane McClanahan. What should we keep an eye on here?
Well, a pretty standard 4-pitch mix. You got the fastball, change speeds, 2 breaking balls. You know, all can be really effective if they're coming out of the same arm slot and really staying in that tunnel for a good bit.
Here's Mike Tauchman.
You know, this is kind of a tough matchup as a left-handed hitter facing a left-handed pitcher. What you tell yourself is I want to stay square to the plate, try to hit the ball over the shortstop's head.
Foul ball there. McClanahan, multi-time All-Star. He features a 4-seam fastball, a changeup, a curve, and he works in a slider. Swung on, popped up on the infield. And a quick out, number 1. Time to check out the lineup for the White Sox. And now it's Luis Robert. Robert, the native of Cuba, signed with the White Sox in May of 2017. And a first pitch fastball is in for a strike.
Well, we call that keyholing. Even though it's right there and looks pretty good, if he doesn't love it, he's not going to swing that early in the count.
That one ripped. Palacios makes the grab, and there's 2 gone.
Hey, man, 4 pitches, 2 outs. That is an excellent pace.
Now it's Andrew Benintendi to hit. And immediately pumps in a strike to the left-handed hitter. Next offering is fouled back. Got him looking. And the White Sox go quietly. Chi Sox held in check here. We played an inning, no score. New inning getting started. Now it's Jansen to hit. And that one a little below the knees, and it's 1-0. Rolled softly, but that goes foul. one lifted to left. Squeezes it. One up, one down. And now the DH, Christopher Morel. Right through there for a strike. Swings through that one for strike two. Patrick Johnson behind the plate.
Patty Johnson to Sunbird, but I'd ask permission first before I called him that. Does a pretty good job back there. Occasionally we'll see a couple of sideways looks from players, but that kind of comes with the territory, right?
Next offering is downstairs.
That's a really good take.
Swing and a miss, and he got him. Now 2 out.
He came out of his mechanics there. Typically likes to shoot the ball the other way, but that time, a little anxious.
And stepping in for the Rays, Jose Caballero. And the first pitch misses for ball one. Turned on, but that's foul down the third baseline. Second inning here, no score. The 1-1 is fouled off. Stays alive. Foul ball, still a 1-2 count. Just misses with that one.
Just missing off the plate there, according to the umpire, and out there on the mound, maybe trying to get an explanation. Can't say he's convinced, but it looks like he's accepted it.
That's foul off to the right side, keeps the AB going.
Quite the matchup we're seeing here. 6 foul balls in this at bat alone, really making him work out there.
In the air, left field. Benintendi ranging after it. He makes the grab, and that is that. Welcome to the Motor City. This is Comerica Park. We've got baseball on the show. It's the Seattle Mariners and the Detroit Tigers. And we'll be back with the first pitch right after this. Just about set to go. And on the hill in this one, Tarek Skubal. How about a scouting report on him?
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup, Boog. You know, it's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it up there when he needs a big double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning, change it up for a hitter. Also, get those hitters looking down so that it opens up the top of the strike zone, especially late in an at-bat.
Ball. Next offering is down low. Chopped left side. Young tosses to first, and an easy out to start the game. And now we check out the Mariners lineup. And it's clear the most important job they have today is getting to the starting pitcher early and often.
No doubt about that. That's the best way to disrupt a game. But can they do it? Certainly something for us to pay attention to in this one, partner.
And now it's Julio Rodriguez. I think when you contemplate him as a player, the first thing you think about is defense, and you think about that great arm.
I also think about the speed. If he can get on, that's going to give one more thing for that pitcher to think about.
One out, base is empty. Inside, almost got him.
Straighten him up a little bit.
And that one is inside.
Boog, he never moved because he never had time to. But that kind of velocity, you'd prefer that pitcher work away.
And that's in for a strike. 3-1. That's a walk. Went with another changeup but missed the spot.
Oh, that's a really dangerous base runner to put on first, especially in a tie game. Now there might be some consequences coming from that mistake.
Stepping in, the long ball threat. Cal, runner on the move. Pitch in for a strike. Throw. Save. And the go-ahead run is now in scoring position. Chris, his wheels were the difference maker on that play. Just got in there.
Yeah, with StatCast's help, we see his top speed on this stolen base, and that's a big number. I mean, man, he really made his athleticism work for him on that one.
Swing and a miss, and that's strike two. Rodriguez leads off second with one gone in the inning.
I wouldn't throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball, slightly elevated. He just is having a hard time catching up.
Here's the 0-2. Hit on the ground to short. Sweeney fires to first in time. So the go-ahead run in scoring position. Now it's Randy Arozarena. And that one fouled off.
He's a bad ball hitter, so even if you get him to chase pitches outside the zone, he still might beat you. Not an easy out by any means.
Tigers bullpen with some action. Will Vest getting loose for A.J. Hinch. Foley getting cranked up as well. Man on second, 2 down. Fights that one away, and the count remains 0-2. On the ground, right side, and it's just foul. That was close. Runner at second, 2 down. just off the inside edge.
Close pitch there, and he's kind of wondering where it missed. You know, getting a feel for each umpire's strike zone is something that pitchers and hitters really have to think about and work on from game to game, and sometimes from at bat to at bat.
In the dirt. No advance. Good job behind the dish. The next offering misses. Full count now. Luke Raley in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Man at second. And ball 4, 2 aboard.
That's a tough one to swallow right there. If you're on the mound, you're ahead in the count 0-2, and you just couldn't find a way to put him away. It's going to be frustrating if that one comes back to bite him.
Stepping in, Luke Raley. Swings through the fastball up in the zone.
0-1's the count.
Check swing. He went too far, and it's a strike.
No ball, 2 strikes.
Two on, 2 outs. Spoils the 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another. And that one is lifted in the air. So they're able to work around a pair of walks in the inning. And now the Tigers get their first opportunity. No score. Back at Comerica Park. Now the starting pitcher in this one, Logan Gilbert.
Well, the hammer is in effect, and he sets it up so nicely because of the velocity on the fastball. Will elevate that and then break you off when he's ahead in the count. What I love about him, you get into the later innings of the ball game, and the velocity seems to go up.
Bottom of the first. And stepping in is the speedy Parker Meadows. First pitch, and he just misses. Gilbert, an all-star a season ago. He features a slider, a four-seamer, a splitter, a curve, and occasionally uses a cutter. And there's the ball. And another ball.
Well, I would expect in this 3-0 count, you're taking all the way. See if he'll walk you.
Let's see if he gives him anything to hit here. Fastball for a strike. It's a leadoff walk, and that's the go-ahead run.
And he's a guy that will certainly think about stealing a bag or two. Not the kind of speed you want to put on base in a tie game.
Here comes Gleyber Torres. Strike one. Runner at first with no outs here. Right through there for a strike.
With 2 strikes, may see some movement over there at first base, trying to stay out of the double play right here.
Swings and misses, struck him out. The high heat, too much on that one.
Boog gets talked about a lot, but a good high fastball in a 2-strike situation, it's just become such a problem for hitters in more recent years. I mean, with all of the emphasis by pitchers on developing that spin rate, having a good grip on the baseball, those high fastballs, they kind of look like to the hitter that they're rising, even though they're not, but they're not decreasing.
Runner takes off. Here's a high fly ball out to center. Rodriguez settles under it. Makes the catch for the out. Let's take a check of the Tigers lineup. And Singy, you have to think this lefty-heavy lineup is ready to eat in this one with a righty on the hill.
Eat it is, Boog. So many lefties just feel more confident with the righty pitching, giving them that little edge. Doesn't always play out that way in the box score, though, so we'll see what happens in this game.
Kerry Carpenter now at the plate. Now a screamer into the outfield. Makes the grab, and that is that. One left for Detroit. Scoreless after one. Welcome back, and we've got a new arm on the mound to start the second. Will Vest
gets an opportunity to square off against his former team, so I wouldn't be surprised if he came out a little extra jacked up right here.
Now batting Mitch Haniger. Lifted in the air, out to left. No trouble here, puts it away for the out. And there's one down.
Just pulled off of it a little bit right there. That front shoulder coming open instead of staying closed. If he does that, he's going to be able to go up the middle the other way with some authority instead of a fly out to left.
J.P. Crawford swings through it for strike one. That misses the zone, and that's ball one. And Chris behind the plate today, James Kingsley, known for being a little generous on the edges. No score here in the second. Cut on and lifted in the air, and there's two down. So now a pinch hitter, Donovan Solano.
And he's a right-handed bat, but he handles same-side matchups pretty well, so should give him a good at-bat right here.
That one's in there. Strike one. Solano measures 5 feet 8 inches, 37 years young, and he's a native of Colombia. Two down, nobody on.
This guy's not wasting any pitches. Hitters got to get into swing mode. This is a good time to expand the zone. Throw something maybe down in the dirt.
That one misses. And the count 1-2.
Really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
That one outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Next offering misses down and away.
The only adjustment he needs to make is his target. If you aim at the outside corner, that slider's going to end up way off the plate. Perhaps look a little more down the middle, and you get it right where you want it.
That's a good at-bat right there. He was down early in that plate appearance. Works the walk.
One of the things about that 2-out walk, the base runner over at first base is going to have a very aggressive secondary lead. So a ball down the line or into the gap will produce a 2-out RBI, and those are the best. That is, if you are the offensive side of it.
Swings through that one for strike one.
This guy's got such a good sinker. As a hitter, you've got to look up in the zone. If you look down, you're going to be chasing stuff in the dirt.
Right-hander kicks, deals. Comes up empty. That's strike 2. Solano leads off first with 2 down to the inning. Fastball almost got him there. Spoils that one, and it remains 2-2. And that's downstairs and outside.
Great RBI spot here. Just got to stay focused on the pitch. The runner will be in motion, so something in the gap should definitely score it.
Victor Robles in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. So now 2 on and 2 outs.
So close to getting out of it right there, but this inning still has life.
First and second, 2 outs. Here's Victor Robles. Swing and a miss. And that's strike one.
Well, he knows they don't want to give him anything to hit, but when you've got opportunities to drive in runs, you've got to expand the zone. He's capable of going out there and doing damage with it.
One ball.
Squirts away a little bit. Well done behind the dish.
Ball.
In the dirt. And an excellent job keeping it right there. 2 aboard, 2 outs. And that's in the dirt. Julio Rodriguez in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Runs it up to 96 to record the punch out. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Major League Baseball on tap. It's the Philadelphia Phillies going up against the Atlanta Braves. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. So, almost ready to get underway and towing the slab, Chris Sale.
He has great stuff, Boog, but what I love most is his drive. You know, when he takes the ball, he's going to give you everything he's got and try to pitch deep into the ball game. He's a true competitor, which makes it easy for his teammates to play hard for him. We're not going to see him take many pitches off, I can promise you that.
Kyle Schwarber, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball 1. Swings through that.
I wouldn't throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with a fastball, slightly elevated. He just is having a hard time catching up.
swings and misses. And it's 1-2.
Now, there's a certain point where you have to commit to what you think you see, and he guessed wrong right there. Nasty slider with just terrific bite at the end.
Got him swinging. Some high cheese for strike 3.
Came inside with that two-strike fastball nicely and just bunched him up on the inside part of the plate. Couldn't get around on it and catch it out front. Many times if you do, it's a foul ball. And, you know, a lot of pitchers, they really don't like working inside with 2 strikes because they do not want to hit that batter. And when they've got him up against the ropes, got to figure out a way to put him away. Did a nice job right there.
Little chopper rolls foul. One out, bases empty. This to third, and that one handled. Tosses to first. Nice, efficient start to the afternoon. That's 2 out. Okay, let's check out the lineup. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience, Singy.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Boog. These players have been around the game for a long time, and they may not have the flash that they once did, but they've got the wisdom to be able to understand different situations, be able to think with the opponent and sometimes in front of the opponent. And you always seem to see a team like this. They come to the ballpark, they know how to get down to business, and they understand what the job is at hand.
And Sale deals. That one out to right. Kelnick puts it away, and that is that. It's the Phillies nothing. Braves coming up. Back after this on the show. Back at Truist Park. And on the mound today, a guy who will give them innings, Zach Wheeler.
Great sinker. Although it's not his primary pitch, it's really a pitch that he can go to, misses the barrel of the bat, gets ground balls, and lets the defense work behind him.
Bottom of the first, here's the center fielder, Michael Harris II. And that is downstairs.
1-0.
And that is ball 1. And he grounds one to the right side. The throw to first. 1 up, 1 down. Here's the Atlanta Braves lineup. We could be in for a power showcase today with the wind blowing out, a lot of lift and separate, Chris.
Well, we know hitters are in this era definitely trying to hit the ball in the air regardless of the conditions, but I think even a little more so there's margin for error if you can get the ball up in the air. So, you know, you'll see at times, I'm sure, with 2 strikes, what looks like a half swing that can get out of the ballpark with a hitter who's got decent pop.
Jurickson Profar in the box here. Lets that one go for a ball. Pitch misses there, and the count is 2-0. This one in the air, right field. Castellanos gets under it. Puts it away for the out.
Maybe caught that one off the end just a little bit. Couldn't quite barrel it up enough to really drive it.
And the batter now, Austin Riley.
He's a big, strong guy. Can untie this game with 1 swing.
And that is out of play. Next pitch is outside. And he chases that one below the zone. 2 outs, base is empty. That misses the zone. The count now 2-2.
That one called just inside, I think, and on the mound, He's trying to get a little bit of an explanation. Doesn't seem to be too bothered by it, though, but he clearly thought it clipped the corner.
2 outs. And that skips into dirt. Matt Olson, the kind of bat that can make a big impact if they can keep it going here. Gets a piece and stays alive. Two down, nobody on. Swing and a ball hit out towards left center field. Marsh makes the catch, inning over. Scoreless after 1. Back here in Atlanta, and here's the veteran outfielder, Nick Castellanos. Sale back to work. And there's a breaking ball that drops in there.
No ball. 1 strike.
It's in and out of his glove. Still able to fire over, and it's in time. It wasn't the smoothest play you'll see today, but they still get the out. And here comes Alec Bohm. Misses outside, and that's ball 1.
1-0.
Drilled to right, way back there, and that is gone. He sends one out the opposite way, and now they're out in front. It's 1-0. That one just sounded different.
And might have been the loudest moment yet. Man, my ears are ringing. I could feel that swing from the booth. With this pitcher's velocity, a changeup is really a break for a hitter. He got a BP fastball, didn't move a whole lot, and he absolutely tattooed it.
Max Kepler at the plate. Foul ball. Sale, a former Gold Glove winner. He features a slider, a four-seamer, a changeup, and he works in a sinker. On the ground, and that chance handled in plenty of time to first. Score at 5-3 for the second out with the third baseman shifted over there. 2 outs, base is empty. And up to the plate is JT Realmuto. It's interesting, he plays kind of a power spot defensively, but runs pretty well. So when you're looking at that position, you're not expecting someone that has maybe above average speed, but he does. Albies makes the grab, and that'll do it. the Mariners since 1999. T-Mobile Park here in Seattle. MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the Toronto Blue Jays taking on the Seattle Mariners. First pitch coming your way next. Just about ready to roll here on the hill here today, Logan Gilbert.
Well, this guy lives and dies with his slider, and it's a good one. Most guys, they're working off of their fastball, but he's backwards a little bit, works off the slider, and then when the fastball comes, it can add a little velocity in terms of perception when guys are used to seeing that off-speed pitch. When it's right, really tough to hit, even if you guess it's coming, because it's breaking two planes, horizontal and vertical.
George Springer, the leadoff batter, as he swings through it for strike one. And a breaking ball misses outside. Swing and a foul straight back. Kicks and fires. Fouls it off. Still 1-2. Line to left and foul ball. Fights that one away, still 1-2. Fouled off, and they'll do it again. Comes up empty as he chases that one in the dirt. Up with it, fires to first. Gets him. One away on a drop third strike.
Well, even though he strikes out, he saw a lot of pitches and he battled. Plus, it gave the guys behind him an opportunity to see more from the pitcher. Not the result he wanted, but that's still a good at bat.
Bo Bichette up to the dish. Delivers a pitch in for a strike at 95. Gilbert, a former All-Star. He features a slider, a four-seamer, a splitter, a curve, and occasionally uses a cutter. Hit on the ground to the right side, and that's just foul. One out, base is empty. Ground ball to the right side. Slings to first, and Bichette is retired. Let's take a look at the lineup for the Blue Jays. Anthony Santander at the plate. He's not going to get cheated up there.
No, he's not. He's looking to do damage with every swing he takes.
At 96, that pitch is in for a strike.
Ball, no.
Just missed with that backdoor breaking ball. If he gets a swing and miss or called strike, 0-2 count. Instead, it's 1-1. Look for him to go back to that pitch later in this at bat.
Next offering is fouled back.
Ball two. 2-2.
Two out, space is empty. Pitch is in the dirt. Full count, 3-2. And they'll do it again. And there's ball 4.
You know, I think he's okay with that outcome. It wasn't an intentional walk, but he wasn't exactly trying to attack the zone either.
Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And a first pitch fastball is in for a strike. Vladdy needs just one hit to reach 200 for the season.
Pretty impressive the year he's put together. 200 hits doesn't happen by accident. And there are some years nobody reaches 200 at all. Props to him for getting this far.
And that's a fair ball. Coming home. There's the tag. They get him. And that's the inning. One left for Toronto. Now it'll be the M's turn. No score. It's Major League Baseball, and it's on the show. Back at T-Mobile Park. And towing the slab in this one, Kevin Gossman. What should we keep an eye on here?
It's got that splitter, and it's a pitch that swings and misses, come fast, and they come often. Very difficult to pick up out of his hand.
And stepping in for the Mariners, Victor Robles. Clips the corner, and it's 0-1.
He starts him with the fastball, and that's a pitch that's right in his wheelhouse. You need to be careful against him with that one.
A little out front there as he swings through it.
0-2.
Next pitch, not close, up high. That one the other way. Fires over to Guerrero. One gone, bottom half of the first. Take a look at the lineup. And now it's Julio Rodriguez. Singy, you got to appreciate a guy who's this good defensively. I mean, watching him track balls in the outfield, it is beautiful. And there's a foul ball.
He's so solid, calms the heart rate of the pitcher and the manager when the ball goes up in the air. You just automatically assume that it's an out every time it's hit in the air.
Next pitch misses way outside.
There's one guy that I can think about, Boog, who started as a third baseman, Alex Gordon, and then became an elite perennial Gold Glover out in left field for the Kansas City Royals. But he's a guy, when you watch him play, you would imagine that that's all he ever played in his life was the outfield.
One down, base is empty. Goes down swinging for the strikeout. Couldn't hit the fastball at the knees. And Chris, that's a way to neutralize his speed by keeping him off base.
And the defense breathes a sigh of relief because he puts pressure on everyone if he can put the ball in play. But that's how you do it. Keep him off balance, get him out of there, and deal with the next guy.
Here's a big power threat. Cal Raleigh. That's a strike. It's 0-1. Yeah, some guys just have instincts, right? I mean, that's the way it goes. We talk about Larry Walker, the Hall of Famer, and his instinct on the bases, despite the fact that he didn't play a ton of baseball as a kid. 2 outs.
Ball 1.
Remember Mark Kotze was a real good defensive outfielder. Good instincts, not great speed. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, and I figured you would get Kotze into this because you had a free dinner at his house the other night.
That is true. Two down, nobody on. Cut on and miss, struck him out. And a nice inning of work there as he sets him down 1-2-3. Mariners go down quietly there, scoreless after 1. Pitching change here, Gregory Santos. So digging in, Will Wagner. First pitch just misses. Action in the bullpen for Seattle. Andres Munoz up and throwing. Swing and a foul out of play. He swings and hits a fly ball center field. Rodriguez racing after it. Flashes the leather on the running catch. And there's one away.
That's just a really nice catch on the run right there. He saved extra bases for sure. If the pitcher's his friend, he'll give him a second to catch his breath before he's ready to deal the next pitch.
Bounding ball here, rolls foul. And that drops in for a strike.
Well, that's really the money spot. Down and away, if you can locate that consistently, it's going to be real tough for hitters to square that up. That's what you love to see relievers do coming out of that bullpen.
Line drive.
Good two-strike hitting right there, Boog. A bit of a lost start for some, so that was nicely done to beat the odds. Showed a willingness to drive that pitch the opposite way. Didn't get jumpy, didn't try to pull the ball. He let it get deep, took the barrel right to it, and then extended through the swing for the line drive base hit.
Here's Andres Jimenez. That's to third. A sliding stop. The feet for one. To first, not in time. Great effort there.
Well, Boog, as an infielder, you have to be ready for anything. In that spot, it required going to the ground, getting a little dirty, and making a strong throw for the out. Great play.
So up next, Ernie Clement. Santos throws to first. Ow! They got him, and that will end the inning. Welcome into the ballpark. Happy to have you with us. We're going to be treated to a gorgeous day for baseball on the show. It's the Texas Rangers going up against the Athletics. First pitch coming at you right after the break. Just about to get underway, and on the mound in this one, Luis Severino. Chris, what should we keep an eye on here with him?
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get 1 or 2 over in the strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
And a ground ball to first. Here comes the 0-1. And that's a little high.
Second pitch of the game, it was a good one, but doesn't get the strike call. We'll see how this umpire's zone shapes up today.
Inside. And that's ball 2. Next offering is fouled back. Severino kick steals. To third, Urias. Tosses across to first, and Simeon is out. And now we take a look at the Rangers lineup. Chris, this is a lineup offensively that could be really good for years to come.
They're deep, first and foremost, but the way that they can manipulate their personnel for matchups and everything else, it's very intelligent the way that they use their team, and I think it creates a little bit of uncertainty for opposing teams, especially in a big game, big series.
Corey Seager stands in here, leaves that one off the inside. Line drive, base hit.
Oh, that'll make you feel good as a hitter right there. I could watch base hits like that one all day long, and so could every hitting coach in the league. Just a nice line drive into center field.
Now the left fielder, Wyatt Langford. Fought off foul. Seager over at first with one away. Fouled off down the right side. Severino up and in. Now 1-2.
I don't think he was trying to miss by that much in an 0-2 count. Just tried to overthrow that pitch.
2-2.
In the dirt, blocked. Runner holds tight as the count moves to 2-2. Fights it off. He'll see another.
That wasn't an easy pitch to hit. It's much easier to do damage against mistakes, but that's not what that pitch was.
Got him! 2 gone now.
That cutter right there had just enough movement on it to get the swing and miss. It wasn't a great location by any means. That's typically a spot that hitters can handle, so I'd say he fooled him with just enough of that late action.
Here's Jack Peterson. Tapped at the plate, but it's a foul ball. Foul ball, still 0-2. Outside. Struck him out swinging. Couldn't catch up to the heater. One left for Texas, and now the Athletics offense gets its first shot here. No score. You're watching Major League Baseball on the show. Back here with my pal Singy, and starting in this one, Jacob deGrom.
Try to stay back for that power changeup. Speed differential between the fastball and the changeup is huge. Hitters, they have a hard time staying back.
Ready to go for the last half of the inning. Leading off, Lawrence Butler. Late swing, foul to the left. In the air, pretty deep out to center field. Carter settles under this one. Makes the catch, and there's one gone. And time now to check out the A's lineup. Big challenge for them today as they take on a pitcher who brings electric stuff and really racks up the strikeouts.
Yeah, and it's all about making good contact against a pitcher like this. You're not going to get very many pitches to hit in an at-bat, maybe even in a game. So you got to be ready, zoned in the spot where you think you've got the best chance and jump all over it. Might be the first pitch in the at-bat, so you better walk up there ready from the jump. If they can make early, consistent contact, I think they'll have a much better shot against it.
Garcia makes the play, and there's two away. This is J.J. Bleday.
Just a simple man.
Yeah, that's fouled off.
It's a tough pitch, but in terms of the best pitch you're going to get to hit in the at-bat, that fastball was down enough where you're going to catch up to one. That's the one. When he elevates, guys aren't touched it.
Swing and a miss, struck him out. And it's a 3-up, 3-down inning. And the A's are gone in order. Scoreless after one. And now the right fielder, Adolis Garcia. Garcia, multi-time All-Star, 32 years old, and he was born in Cuba. Severino back to work. Inside, just missed. Activity in the bullpen. Mason Miller, the closer, is getting loose. And another ball. Kenny Jansen doing home plate duties in this one.
Not a huge strike zone from Jansen, so he can't really be called a pitcher's umpire, but he does like the bottom part of the strike zone. We may see some pitchers steal a few strikes down there, especially the ones right below the knees. That's if their catcher can present it properly.
Puts it in the air out towards left center. Bleday should have this one. Pulls it down and he makes the catch. One away. Here's Josh Young.
Number 6, Josh Young.
Hard ground ball for a base knock. So a man aboard now with one away.
Well, that may end up being an at-bat we go back to later on when this game is over. Really good swing right there. He got a pitch that he knew he could handle, allowed himself to stay back just a tad bit longer, and he hit the ball on the screws.
Manager out of the dugout now, and he will make a move to dip into the A's bullpen. Luis Severino, done for the afternoon, just never found his groove, wasn't able to settle in. New arm coming on, back in a moment. Tyler Ferguson gets the ball now. So a change being made at first base. On to pinch run, Ezekiel Duran. Evan Carter getting ready to hit. And he swings and misses at the initial offering.
He might want to steal second in this spot, but he's dealing with a catcher that has one of the best pop times in the game. He needs to pick his spot very wisely.
And the pitch. Watch out, that one sails on him. Wild pitch, and into second moves the go-ahead run.
You know, sometimes it takes a reliever a little time to get comfortable with the mound out there, especially when they come in trying to be nasty with every pitch they throw. Not exactly what they were looking for when they called him in, though. We'll see if he can settle down.
Second inning here, no score. Swing and a miss. And the count 1-2.
Really going after him here. All fastballs to get ahead in the count.
Line drive, and that's a base hit out of the left center field. Around third. He'll score easily. Around second now, going for 3. The relay throw. In there safely.
Mission accomplished there as he picks up the RBI to give him the lead. Put a pretty good jolt into that one. Great swing, nice balance and weight transfer, and he got it to drop in out there in the deep part of the field.
One down, runner at third. And here's the first baseman, Jake Berger. Got to be careful with a slugger like this because he can turn it into a 3-run game in the blink of an eye. Runner on at third, one gone. Check swing, and he went. And it's 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Right through there for a strike. In the dirt. Nice job behind the plate there. One away with a runner at third. Oof. That one went straight back and got our ump right in the mask. Let's hope he's okay. And that's outside. That's a base hit as a run scores.
Well done, drives in the run. That's about as textbook as it gets. Got his stride and load out of the way early. He stayed inside that ball and squared it up out front. Man, that was like he was in the cage hitting off a tee.
Now the catcher up to hit, Jonah Heim. On the ground, 2 ball. And he can't come up with it. Still manages a throw. Too late, and the runner is safe. And the misplay costs him.
I think he just rushed that one. Great chance to turn 2. And as an infielder on a play like that, I think guys can get a little excited and forget to make the play one step at a time. Could have been 2 outs. Instead, they get none.
So the Rangers batting order turns over. Here is Marcus Semien. Swing and a fly ball in the air out towards right center field. Out number 2. So now it's Corey Seager, 1 for 1 with a single so far. Just missed. Swing and a miss. And it's a ball to strike.
Well, I know they've gotten out to an early lead, but you don't want to take these opportunities for granted. With 2 outs, still lock in with a quality at bat. Drive in that run. You may not have another runner in scoring position the rest of this ball game.
Next pitch way upstairs.
Good spot for the hitter. Definitely has the advantage in this count with runners on. Look for him to be aggressive on this next pitch.
High fly ball down the left field line. He's got it, and that is that. Glad you're here at Great American Ballpark in Cincinnati, home of the Reds since 2003. We've got baseball on the show. It's the Philadelphia Phillies going up against the Cincinnati Reds. First pitch coming your way next. Just about to get started. And today's starting pitcher, Hunter Green.
Four-pitch guy. He's got some options to work with in terms of keeping hitters off balance. So we'll see how he decides to utilize those weapons through this start here, and whether or not he's able to mix them all in early, or if he wants to hold something back a little bit later, maybe second, third time through the order, and give them something they haven't seen. It's tough when you know a guy's got that in his back pocket. As a hitter, you really have to stay on your toes.
First pitch, 106.
To the right side, and that one handled. Fires over to first, and a quick out, number one. And time now for the Phillies lineup. The sluggers in this lineup might not be too happy about the fact that the wind is blowing in today, Chris.
Yeah, and you hear pitchers talk about how good it feels when the wind is at their back. And for hitters, you almost feel like beyond just the pitcher coming at you, you've got this other force coming against you. So important to try to get on top of the ball in terms of hitting line drives, maybe really hard ground balls with a good exit velocity that'll get you a base hit, because it's very frustrating. You just hit one on the screws, think it's going to go out of the ballpark, and an outfielder is camped underneath it in front of the warning track.
One out, base is empty. That's inside.
Hey, partner, back in 2023, Turner homered off the same pitcher twice in the same inning. Only a few players have ever done it, and his were against his former team, the Washington Nationals.
Swing and a miss. Struck him out on a slider, and there's two gone. And, Chris, that's a way to neutralize his speed by keeping him off base.
And the defense breathes a sigh of relief because he puts pressure on everyone if he can put the ball in play. But that's how you do it. Keep him off balance, get him out of there, and deal with the next guy.
Bryce Harper to the plate. The first overall pick back in 2010. Outside low, ball one. 2 outs, base is empty. And that's in for a strike.
Looked pretty good as far as being in the strike zone, but I'm sure as a hitter, not too good with where it was located. Very top of the strike zone, middle away.
So a foul ball makes it 1-2. On the outside corner, got him looking. Down quickly go the Phillies. And now the Reds will get their first opportunity. No score. Major League Baseball is on the show. Back here at Great American Ballpark. Starting on the mound in this one, Zach Wheeler.
Well, he comes at hitters with a 5-pitch mix, so for him, it's always interesting to see how he utilizes those weapons. He may lean on 1 or 2 pitches depending on how things are going and how things are working, but if he can control 4 or even 5 of those offerings, look out, hitters. It's going to be a tough day. He's really going to be able to keep those guys off balance.
In now for the Reds, TJ Friedl. Swing and a foul back, and that's out of play. Next offering is fouled back. That misses, and it's 1-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Curve in the dirt.
That's the ball. 2-2.
Next offering down low and in the dirt. That one misses, so a leadoff walk.
Didn't miss by much right there. Just couldn't get the call off the inside corner.
Next for Cincinnati, Ellie De La Cruz. Hard liner. Brings it in, and there's one down. Here's the lineup for the Reds. With an excellent arm on the mound, Singy, this won't be easy. They'll need to take advantage of the opportunities that they do have.
You're right about that, Boog. Odds are they won't have many chances against this guy, but if they can rattle him out of the gates, they'll have a shot. If not, look out. It might be a long day for this offense.
Matt McClain, the next to hit for the Reds. Just missed.
Way to lay off that pitch down.
A swing and a miss, and that's strike one.
Man, he was really tardy on that fastball. Great job of setting him up by throwing the curveball. Add some velocity to it on the next pitch. Can't catch up.
Double play ball to second. There's one, and that's 2.
Well, the second baseman made that one look easy. Great feed to the shortstop. Shortstop completes the play. They get out of a jam, and they end the inning.
Back here in Cincinnati, second inning set to go. Now it's the cleanup hitter for the Phillies, Nick Castellanos. That's towards center. Friedl gets under it. Makes the grab, one down. And now it's Alec Bohm, known for his late inning heroics. First pitch misses. Just missed.
Boog, he never moved because he never had time to. But that kind of velocity, you'd prefer that pitcher work away.
Next offering way off the plate.
I almost feel like he's frustrated a little bit. He wants to be challenged.
Max Kepler in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. That's ball 4. Tried another fastball, but missed the spot.
Definitely lost the handle during that sequence. 4 pitches for the walk, and that last one didn't even threaten the zone. Catcher might want to go talk to him.
Now batting Max Kepler, and fouled off. In the air, right side. Fraley getting an angle on it. He hauls it in, 2 away.
Maybe caught that one off the end just a little bit. Couldn't quite barrel it up enough to really drive it.
JT Realmuto steps in. And that's in for a strike. The Cincinnati bullpen has some movement. Alexis Diaz, the closer of the staff, is throwing. Fastball for a strike.
Perhaps not quite ready to hit. First 2 pitches by him for a couple of strikes. Now back is against the wall. He's going to have to figure something out and figure it out quickly.
Foul ball. It stays 0-2. No score here in the second. Next pitch is downstairs.
1-2.
Now one miss. On the ground to the left. Got him on the off-balance throw. 3rd out. Welcome into Busch Stadium in downtown St. Louis. It's going to be a scorcher out there today. It's the Miami Marlins taking on the St. Louis Cardinals. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. So just about set now. Getting the nod on the mound, it's Sonny Gray. What do we have on him?
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup, Boog. You know, it's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it up there when he needs a big double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning, change it up for a hitter. Also, get those hitters looking down so that it opens up the top of the strike zone, especially late in an at-bat.
Xavier Edwards, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball one.
First pitch, 105.
That's in there. And the count even at 1. The shortstop takes the ball. And a foul ball. That misses, and the count is filled up. Lifted in the air, right center field. Walker makes the grab, one away. And let's take a look at the lineup. Singy, not a lot of star power in this lineup against the top arm on the mound in this one.
Yeah, might see something special out there on the bump in this one, and they definitely have their work cut out for them. You know, but some players, they actually take that challenge of facing an ace, and they actually raise their games. Take me, for example, not to pat myself on the back, but I did hit 370 off of Roy Halladay for my career.
Whoa. Hey, how'd you do against Tim Wakefield, Chris?
Yeah, like I said, Boog, I hit 370 against Roy Halladay.
One down, base is empty. And a curve misses outside. And 1-1. Popped up, foul territory behind the plate. And he makes the catch. And that quickly, 2 away.
Batting first, the right fielder, number 7, Jesus.
So 2 down now, and here is Jesus Sanchez. Sanchez goes 6 feet 3 inches, 220 pounds, and he was born in the Dominican Republic. 2 outs, base is empty. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. Two outs, runner at first. Jonah Bride, the next up for the Marlins. He was late there, strike 1.
0-1's the count.
Sanchez, the runner at first with 2 gone. Base knock right field. And that moves the go-ahead run to scoring position with 2 gone.
Back-to-back singles. Nice job of driving that pitch the other way on a line. You know, hitters, they take so many reps in the cages working on going to the opposite field, and it doesn't always translate into the game, but right there it did, and he did it perfectly.
First and second, 2 outs. And now for the Marlins, Matt Mervis. And that one fouled off. Two on, 2 outs. Movement in the bullpen for the Cardinals, Matthew Liberatore. The left-handed reliever appears to be getting loose. Fernandez, the right-hander, also getting loose. Swings through it, and that's a strikeout.
Sometimes he wears the emotion on the sleeve, but that's okay as long as he's getting results. And right there, thrilled with the punch out to get out of a jam.
Back here in St. Louis, and today's starting pitcher, Sandy Alcantara.
It's always interesting to see how he utilizes all of his pitches and how many of those he has a good feel for on that given day. When he's right, he's really able to keep hitters guessing, and all of his stuff seems to be coming out of the same arm slot, the same tunnel, and that can make life very difficult on his opponents.
And stepping in for the Cardinals, Mason Wynn. The shortstop takes the ball.
Ball one, no strikes.
Late swing fouled off. Hard hit left side. Whips it across. One up, one down. Now we take a check of the St. Louis Cardinals lineup. They're dealing with a sinker specialist on the mound, which can be a big-time challenge when he's right and working mostly from the knees down.
Well, I think the approach you take is really try to lay off of those pitches down in the zone until he gets some called strikes and then forces you to go after that pitch. Until then, make him elevated, because guys that throw those sinkers, those two-seamers, really hard for them to be effective up in the zone. Those are pitches you can hammer, but when you get a cookie, you don't want to miss it.
One out, bases empty. Rolled over to third. To first.
Out.
2 up, 2 down.
Batting third, the first baseman, Wilson Contreras.
Here comes Wilson Contreras. That one fouled off. There's the strike at the knees.
This guy's pounding the zone. Hitters don't have time to think in between pitches.
Out to short. St. Louis goes down in order. Redbirds down quietly. We played an inning, no score. Matthew Liberator on to pitch out of the pen here.
Bringing in the lefty with the left-handed hitter coming up to hit. Classic bullpen move right here, so we'll see how it works out.
So digging in, Griffin Conine. And immediately pumps in a strike to the left-handed hitter. And he takes one right on the black. 0-2 now.
Quickly into an 0-2 count. Both pitches were down in the zone. I think you set your sights a little bit higher because you'll have a tendency to chase if you look down in that area.
Gloves it on the dive, the throw, and very nicely done for the out.
Great cat-like reflexes right there. Lays out, knocks the ball down, and then fires with that rocket arm all the way across the diamond. Man, put this guy on the mound.
And at the plate for Miami, Davison De Los Santos. Slice to right. Could be extra bases. Now he turns and heads for second. There comes the throw. Not in time. It's a double.
Didn't take long to get a result for that at bat. Got a fastball, middle of the plate, jumped all over it. Absolutely smoked that ball. And a huge opportunity now to grab the lead at this point in the game.
Pinch hitter coming on, Derek Hill. And this is a big at bat in this ball game. Pitch misses there. Ball one. De Los Santos, the runner at second with one away. And that is out of play. Man at second.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Close one, doesn't get the call. And now 3-1.
Home plate umpires trying to tighten things up a little bit.
Now a pop-up on the infield. Arenado under it. Squeezes it. And there's 2 away.
That was a good, hard fastball with some nice ride up in the zone right there. Hitter looked like he was on it, but I think that velocity at the end just beat him. Instead of a line drive or something hit deep, it's a pop-up and an easy out for the defense.
Nick Fortes, the next to hit, takes ball 1. Two outs and 1 in scoring position. And right back to the mound. Throws to first in time. And that is that. Philadelphia, Citizens Bank Park, Major League Baseball on tap. It's the Los Angeles Dodgers taking on the Philadelphia Phillies. And we'll be back with the first pitch right after this. Just a little bit away from first pitch. Today's starting pitcher, Zach Wheeler.
Power pitcher. He's going to speed you up with the fastball velocity, and out of his hand will explode the breaking ball. Very difficult for hitters to keep that front side closed and hit the ball the other way, because they know if they're not ready to pull the trigger, the fastball will beat them.
And that one pulled foul.
First pitch, 107.
Ripped, but it curls foul. Gets a piece, and it stays 0-2.
I wouldn't throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball, slightly elevated. He just is having a hard time catching up.
Ball one there.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Oh, can't pick it up cleanly. Still fires to first, and they get the out. Good recovery. Wasn't easy following the misplay. Time now for Dave Roberts' lineup for the Los Angeles Dodgers. They're dealing with a top-level arm on the mound, so this figures to be a tough matchup for them. What's the key to the offense today, Singy?
Oh, Boog, I think when you got a guy that's this talented on the mound, you got to find ways to disrupt his rhythm, make him uncomfortable a little bit. The guys that can handle the bat and perhaps, bunt for a base hit, get him moving off the mound. If you're in the box and he seems to be just in a flow, step out, mess up his timing, somehow try to get in his head a little bit. And then when he does come in the zone, you may only get one pitch. You better not miss it.
One down, base is empty. Swing and a tapper that rolls foul. Fights that one away, and the count remains 0-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Now 2 away. Freddie Freeman up to the dish. Delivers a pitch in for a strike at 95. And Singy, as a team, you need to make the most of the very few opportunities he's going to give you, right?
Absolutely. And if you don't get to guys like this a lot of times early, once they really settle in, it's going to be the later innings that they hand that ball over to a reliever, if they do at all.
Castellanos moves on it. Makes the catch. And that is that. We'll go to the bottom of the first. 0-0. Back here, Citizens Bank Park. And on the mound today, Blake Snell. What do you got on him, Chris?
Well, this guy's got sort of a tweener. Not quite a slider velocity and not as slow as a curve. It's in between, and he adds and subtracts velocity on it, which makes it harder for the hitters to really get that front foot down and have the timing they need to be successful.
We go to the bottom of the first. Now it's the DH, Kyle Schwarber. And that one is in for a strike. Snell, a multi-Cy Young Award winner. He features a four-seam fastball, a slurve, a changeup, and he works in a slider. Strike two.
Gonna really need to hang in there with that front side against this left-handed breaking ball.
Ball, that's just out.
Got him swinging for the strikeout. Slider got him for strike three.
Boog, you often think a slider is more for that horizontal movement, but most of the good ones have both vertical depth and that horizontal movement, and that's what we saw right there. Good drop on the break and got him to swing over the top.
Trey Turner at the plate. Inside, just missed. One out, bases empty. Next offering is fouled back. Kicks and deals. Out towards right center field. Edman going after it. He's got it. And there's two down. And time now for the Phillies lineup. And Chris, a great matchup in this one. An ace caliber arm in the hill against a deep lineup.
You said it, Boog, and I'm really excited to see how this plays out. The kind of talent they'll be facing, these hitters have a tough task ahead of them. Should be really fun to watch, though.
Here comes Bryce Harper. He's a left-handed batter who still comes up with good contact and a good average against left-handed pitchers. That breaking ball drops in for a strike. All right, so you hit lefty. What makes it so hard to face a left-handed pitcher?
Left-handers, they just seem to have different arm angles, so to keep that front shoulder in there and really discipline yourself can be tough sometimes. But the guys that do it well, man, I tip my cap to them every day.
Tap foul at the plate. 2 outs, base is empty. Hard ground ball, base knock. Around first and hustling for second. The throw in. Not going to get him. He's in there.
Still able to come through behind in the count right there. Really good swing right there. He got a pitch that he knew he could handle, allowed himself to stay back just a tad bit longer, and he hit the ball on the screws.
So, runner at second, 2 down. Nick Castellanos at the plate now. That one clips the outside corner, 0-1.
Well, you always want to come out in the first inning, try to put something up on the board. It's a big 2-out double right there. See if the cleanup man can drive him in and put a tally up there on the board.
Man on second, 2 down. Popped up to the left, into foul ground. He's under it. And that is the inning. 1 left for Philadelphia, scoreless after 1. All set for the start of the inning. Here's Teoscar Hernandez. Wheeler back to work. And that one is inside, ball 1. And the 1-0. Swing and a miss as he was out front that time. Dave Lawrence behind the plate today. Consistent and pretty accurate with the balls and strikes.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, Spook, that just keeps the game moving. Nothing overly unique about the strike zone that he calls, and as a result, he's appreciated by both sides.
That's off the mark. Now 2 balls and a strike.
Way to lay off that fastball up right there. You're looking for something you see well that you can handle, but you also have to keep the discipline so that you're not popping up pitches that are just a little too high.
Next offering is in for a strike.
I mean, that's perfect location right on the black. I mean, over and over again, this guy demonstrates the ability to hit those spots. They're so tough to do anything with as a hitter.
Foul ball, another 2-2 upcoming. Outside corner, got him looking. He can't believe it.
absolutely dotted the edge of the zone right there. That was a tough battle, man. So to make a really quality pitch and just catch him looking like that, it's got to feel good out there on the mound. That was a fun at bat to watch.
The batter now will be Will Smith. First-round pick out of Louisville in 2016. At 96, that pitch is in for a strike. One down, base is empty. Hit hard on the ground to short. Turner with the throw to first. And they get the out on Smith.
Oh, he's doing a nice job of keeping the ball out of the air. Lets the defense work behind him with another ground ball. Good execution.
Here comes Max Muncy. This guy with light tower power. And that one's a little bit low. 1-0. Muncy, a former All-Star, 34-year-old vet, and he was a fifth-round pick back in 2012. Second inning here, no score. Late that time, and it's strike two.
Love to see it. Power versus power right there.
Down to the dirt, swing and a miss. In time. So the drop third strike doesn't hurt him, and that's that. From Vince Scully Avenue, welcome to Dodger Stadium. MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the San Diego Padres taking on the Los Angeles Dodgers. First pitch coming at you right after the break. So, almost ready to get underway. And today on the hill, Blake Snell.
Try to stay back for that power changeup. Speed differential between the fastball and the changeup is huge. Hitters, they have a hard time staying back.
Okay, all set to go. Luis Arraez stands in. Outside. And that's how we get started here in Los Angeles. Breaking ball in there for a strike.
One ball, one strike.
In the air, right field. Pajes snags it on the run. As we take a look at the Padres lineup, and it's clear the most important job they have today is getting to the starting pitcher early and often.
No doubt about that. That's the best way to disrupt a game. But can they do it? Certainly something for us to pay attention to in this one, partner.
So with one down, it'll bring up Fernando Tatis Jr. Swing and a foul straight back. Snell, a former Cy Young Award winner. He features a four-seam fastball, a slurve, a changeup, and he works in a slider. There's a strike.
Man, that pitch was dotted. So much talent on display when this guy's out there on the hill.
Tatis waits. Swings through it for the K. Couldn't hit the fastball at the knees.
Gosh, here it is. Hit it. Three-pitch strikeout. All fastballs. Man, he's got a lot of confidence in that pitch right now.
And now here is Jackson Merrill. Two out, space is empty. That's off the inside corner, and now it's even 1-1. Two outs. Foul ball, still a 1-2 count.
That wasn't an easy pitch to hit. It's much easier to do damage against mistakes, but that's not what that pitch was.
And that's way high. 2-2.
Well, this is a guy that can be frustrating for pitchers because he fouls off so many pitches and grinds out the at-bat. I'm sure there's some times where a pitcher would rather just give up a first pitch single than have to waste 6 or 7 pitches on one hitter.
Fouled off the plate. They'll do it again. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Fouls it back with 2 strikes. And here it comes. Sharp grounder. That's through for a base hit. So he gets a hit after a long battle with the pitcher.
The third baseman, number 13.
Now Machado up here. Fastball for a strike. And it's 0-1. And a breaking ball drops in for a strike.
And a bat like this is almost over as it begins. In this situation, you have no idea what the next pitch is going to be. You just got to hope that you can make contact.
Good job to fight that one off. Oh, 0-2 now. Hacks and misses. It's a strikeout. One hit, one left. On to the bottom of the first. No score after a half inning. Back here at Dodger Stadium. And on the mound now, Yu Darvish.
Well, this guy lives and dies with his slider, and it's a good one. Most guys, they're working off of their fastball, but he's backwards a little bit, works off the slider, and then when the fastball comes, it can add a little velocity in terms of perception when guys are used to seeing that off-speed pitch. When it's right, really tough to hit, even if you guess it's coming because it's breaking 2 planes, horizontal and vertical.
Foul ball there. Here's a swing and a drive. Hops over the wall, and that's an automatic double.
Well, this tends to happen more often in this park than others, and that short fence is just so inviting for hitters. You see a lot of balls bounce over for an automatic double when no one can run it down.
Here's a switch hitter, Tommy Edman. Fought off foul. On its way to the corner. Tatis after it. Reaches for it, but it's foul. Popped up. Bogarts hauls it in for the out. All right, let's take a look at the lineup. Now, with their ace on the mound today, they're just looking to provide him a little bit of run support, and they'll see what they can do for him.
Boog, you have to be really careful when you've got a guy like this on the mound for you to not become a spectator. You know that he doesn't give up a whole lot, but sometimes guys get a little too comfortable and don't have an urgency to score runs. You have to make sure you put him in a situation where he can get the W, but also you guys can cruise to the finish line and not have to worry about a comeback in the end.
Freddie Freeman in the box now. Takes strike one. Betts, the runner at second with one away. And it's even up.
Definitely a swing and miss slider down and in. He finished that really well. Just couldn't get him to offer at it.
Darvish kicks, delivers. Swing and a foul out of play.
Well, he knows they don't want to give him anything to hit, but when you've got opportunities to drive in runs, you've got to expand the zone. He's capable of going out there and doing damage with it.
And that's off the outside edge. Now 2-2.
Man, oh man, I don't know how you take that pitch. That's as close as it gets.
That one down the line, and it goes just foul. Almost got him. One out and a runner at second. This one chopped up the middle. Tosses to first, and Freeman is retired. So the go-ahead run in scoring position. Teoscar Hernandez steps to the plate for the Dodgers.
How many times have we seen an early at-bat change the course of a game? It happens every night in baseball, and maybe it happens again here.
Out to short. Nice grab. Over to first. Safe at first, and an infield single keeps the inning going.
Boy, that's a frustrating way to fall behind in this one as the infield single drives in the run. And sometimes all you have to do is put the ball in play, and you give your teammate a chance to hurry home.
Two outs, runner on first. And up to the plate is Will Smith. First pitch doesn't find the zone. That one ripped left field. Back there. And it's gone. He'll touch them all. And they throw a pair on the board. It's 3-0.
Already playing with the lead, and now they're celebrating a home run. They're having a great time out there. That slider on the outside part of the plate is typically hit the other way, but to be able to get to it, pull the baseball, and get it up in the air for a home run, I'm just really impressed.
There comes a skipper out of the dugout, and he's ready to make the move. That does it for you, Darvish, and this is one he'd like to forget. Back with a new arm after this. Yuki Matsui takes over on the mound.
Just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
And now it's Max Muncy. He has, as they like to say,
let me guess, Boog, light tower power?
That's right. Misses the sweeper.
No ball. 1 strike.
Two down, nobody on. Not even close there. And the count even 1-1. Double-barreled action in the bullpen for San Diego. Adrian Morejon getting ready to go. Estrada warming up as well. Next offering is in for a strike.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss.
Ah, that's strike 3 and the third out. So we take a break. 2-run shot for the Dodgers this inning. It's now 3-0. It's Major League Baseball on the show. Back here in L.A., new inning getting started. Now it's the second baseman, Jake Cronenworth.
Well, after putting up a nice inning on offense, got some runs across, this is where you look for the starter to go out there, have a shutdown inning. Don't give that other team any hope. You just hope that he can get through this inning, get the bats back up there while they're hot.
And that's off the inside edge. And the count now 2-0.
Ball 3.
That one misses, so a leadoff walk.
Maybe a little loss of focus on the mound right there. Pretty much gifted him first base with a quick free pass.
Here comes the skipper, and we're going to see a pitching change in this spot. Blake Snell gives way. It's a 3-run game, and we'll be back to tell you about the new arm in a minute. Michael Kopech on to pitch here. And here is Xander Bogaerts. And a foul ball. Bogaerts, who wears that number 2 on his back for his idol, Derek Jeter. Slapped foul. Pitch misses. Going to count 1-2.
1 ball. 2 strikes.
Cuts and misses. It's a strikeout.
Well, that slider wasn't even close to the strike zone, and he got him to chase. That's just a bad approach right there. Either he was looking for something else and got completely fooled, or he was sitting all over the slider and just couldn't resist the temptation. But, man, really expanded right there and didn't have a chance of making contact with that pitch.
Here's the left fielder, Connor Joe. Fouled off. He was late. Now this is in the air down the line. Pajes on the move. He's got it. And there are 2 outs.
Well, those can be pretty fun as an outfielder. Got to put it into his highest gear and go a long way to track that one down. Nothing better than that. You feel like a wide receiver playing football.
And now it's Tirso Ornelas. And the first pitch misses for ball 1.
Well, triple digits on the gun. I know there are more pitchers that can reach that now than in the past, but it's still impressive to watch.
2 outs. And a strike right through there. That one at triple digits. Swings and misses. 1 and 2. Swing and a miss. Handcuffed him with that slider. 3rd out, and that ends the frame. Hello, baseball fans, and welcome. We're going to be treated to a gorgeous day for baseball on the show. It's the Milwaukee Brewers and the Chicago Cubs. First pitch coming your way next. Just about set to go. And now here's the starter for the Cubs, Shota Imanaga. What do you look for here?
Boog, this guy usually turns in a very good outing. His teammates really enjoy when he's on the mound. Everyone seems to be loose, which can help the offense be a bit more dangerous. So if you look at the opposing lineup, they're hoping he doesn't just settle in. They want to make this an uncomfortable start from the beginning.
All right, ready to get underway. Now here is Jackson Chourio. Just off the outside edge. And away we go this afternoon. Bounding ball here, rolls foul. strikes and one away.
First strikeout for him in this one. That splitter is maybe the go-to pitch when he's looking for a swing and miss like that. He throws it quite a bit, and that's a good example of the effect it can have on a hitter.
And now it'll be Christian Yelich. There's a strike. Shota, an all-star a season ago, 31 years old. He joined the team as a free agent. One out, bases empty. And there's a foul ball. Strike three, and that's two in a row.
Just overmatched on that fastball right there, and it wasn't like he was set up for it by something off speed earlier in the at-bat. Just came right after him with three straight, and he had no answer for it.
And now it's William Contreras. Nasty pitch right there. It's 0-1. Two outs, base is empty. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. And now the lefty in the air, left field. Hat on his way over and makes the grab. And that'll do it. On to the bottom of the first. No score. Back here at the friendly confines. Our starting pitcher in this one, Freddie Peralta.
Well, that 12-6 curveball explodes out of the hand, and because he's able to throw the high fastball at the top of the strike zone for a strike, hitters commit to that pitch, and before they know it, they're swinging over the top of that curveball.
Now it's the switch hitting outfielder, Ian Happ. Way high with that one. And it's 1-0. Half lays off.
Nasty backdoor slider. There's really nothing you can do with that if you swing at it. So it's a good take by him.
Yeah, that's fouled off. Bounce to the right. Terang. Over to first. Out. One up, one down. Time now for the Chicago Cubs lineup. So here's Kyle Tucker now. Tucker, who's been an all-star and a Gold Glover. Just missed. Swing and a high fly ball right field. That one back, that one on its way, and it's gone. Kyle Tucker sent. That was blasted.
Absolutely, no doubt off the bat. That one was a hanger, and pitchers typically don't get away with making a mistake like that. And right there, he made him pay.
now, Seiya Suzuki. Inside. And that's ball one.
Part of the order coming through now, and with one home run already in this inning, they're definitely looking to do some more damage.
One down, base is empty. In the air, fairly deep to right field. Chorio makes the catch. And there are two down.
It's a good recovery, though, after giving up the home run. Not allowing it to stay in the head, but going to work at the next hitter, and a tough one at that.
Two down, base is empty. Michael Busch, the next Cub to hit. And first offering is fouled off.
Well, he missed a hittable off-speed pitch right there. Not sure exactly with the timing. Sometimes you get a backup breaking ball. You're expecting it to make its move at the end. It never does, and you're tied up.
Whips it to first.
He's out.
And the inning is over. Cubs get one on the solo shot. It's now a 1-0 ball game. You're watching Major League Baseball exclusively on the show. Top of the second, and here is Garrett Mitchell.
Boog, this guy's just a tremendously talented center fielder. Gold Glove caliber type out there. Offensively, he can do some things, but also has some streakiness as well. I think the key is just trying to find a way for him to be consistent day in and day out. He saves runs in the outfield, so that's going to buy him more time to work things out at the dish.
That's in there. 0-2.
Well, we call that keyhole. Even though it's right there and looks pretty good, if he doesn't love it, he's not going to swing that early in the count.
And a swing and a miss. Down on strikes. And he's registered 3 Ks in this one.
Oh, there's a small sigh of relief right there. I mean, just to keep that speed off the base paths. It's not just the pitcher. It's other guys that have to think about it. From your infielders, have to think about that runner potentially stealing, but also be in position to make a play. As an outfielder, you're thinking about a base hit to the outfield. I got to get to it quickly to try to keep this guy from taking an extra base. So I think everyone just a little more relaxed that he didn't reach base.
One down, base is empty. On the ground, out to short. Slings it across. 2 up, 2 down in the top of the second.
Couple of pitches and a quick out.
The first baseman, number 12, Reese.
And the batter now is Rhys Hoskins. Just missed. Next offering is downstairs. In the air, out towards right center. Tucker should have it. Drops into the glove, and that is that. followed the Tigers since 2000. Comerica Park here in the Motor City. We've got baseball on the show. It's the Seattle Mariners and the Detroit Tigers. First pitch coming your way next. Just about ready to go and towing the slab, Tarek Skubal.
Great sinker. Although it's not his primary pitch, it's really a pitch that he can go to. Misses the barrel of the bat, gets ground balls, and lets the defense work behind him.
Here's Victor Robles. Close one, doesn't get the call. Ball one.
Man, first pitch of the day, and the zone's already tight.
That one hit to right. Vierland makes the grab, one down. And now we check out the Mariners lineup. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience, Singy.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Boog. These players have been around the game for a long time, and they may not have the flash that they once did, but they've got the wisdom to be able to understand different situations, be able to think with the opponent and sometimes in front of the opponent. And you always seem to see a team like this. They come to the ballpark, they know how to get down to business, and they understand what the job is at hand.
And that's way high. Ball two. Late on that fastball.
As a hitter, you got to learn something from that pitch. He clearly wasn't timed up on the fastball. In a 2-0 count, you have to be ready to do damage.
Fouls one off. 2-2. Swings and misses. That's out number two.
Stood absolutely no chance on that slider right there. And I don't mean to laugh, but that's a tough one. I mean, pretty much a perfect strikeout pitch. I mean, it looks like a fastball middle in. Kind of has cutter action, and it just bunches you up to whereas you can't get your hands through and the barrel to it. And not much you can do unless you recognize the spin early and you spit on it.
Cal Raleigh stands in here, takes ball one low. 2 out, space is empty. Yeah, big swing and a miss.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Fouls it off, still 1-2. Worm burner into the outfield for a knock. And that keeps the inning going.
Couldn't have timed it up any better than that. Pretty tough for the infielders to do anything with that one. He pulled it hard into the outfield, and even when you keep it on the ground, it feels great when you hit a missile like that.
Now it's Randy Arozarena. First pitch misses. Two outs. Just off the inside edge. Foul ball there. Raleigh off of first with 2 away. And a foul ball. Two. Outside with a breaking ball.
Great RBI spot here. Just got to stay focused on the pitch. The runner will be in motion, so something in the gap should definitely score it.
Ripped on the ground to second. Torres over to first. They get the out on Arozarena. Out number 3. One left for Seattle. The Tigers coming up. No score. You're watching Major League Baseball on the show. And we're back. On the hill for the Mariners, Logan Gilbert. What should we keep an eye on here?
He's a dominant pitcher, but he can get a little too relaxed second and third time through the order and miss his spots. That's where we see him get touched up. If he maintains the same intensity that he has in the first inning and the second inning, I think we'll see him hand the ball over to his closer.
And here is Parker Meadows. And that misses. Ball one. Gilbert, a former All-Star. He features a slider, a four-seamer, a splitter, a curve, and occasionally uses a cutter. Shortened a bunt and missed it. And the count 1-1. That one drilled left field. Arozarena makes the grab, one away. And now the Tigers line up for manager A.J. Hinch. Seeing plenty of left-handed bats in this lineup against the righty on the hill.
Yeah, they're looking at ambush, and you wonder if it's going to lead to a big game for him or not. Certainly, it's a nice boost of confidence to think you can get to that pitcher on the mound with all those lefties in the lineup, and with that extra split second they have to react. We'll see how it shakes out here.
Gleyber Torres, batting with one down, takes a strike. In the air, right field. Robles sizes this one up. He's got it, and there's two away. Here's Riley Green. That's to third. Sends it across to first. And the inning is over. We move on to the second here at Comerica. No score. All set for the start of the inning. And now the first baseman, Luke Raley. He's someone that you might not describe as having elite level speed, but he can absolutely move, and it is a factor in his game. And that is out of play.
Well, this guy's definitely a plus runner, but what I love about him is that he goes all out every single time, never takes a break. It's guys like that, even though they don't have the elite speed, the fact that they're consistent with it, they make moves on the base paths.
Foul ball still 0-2.
You know, this guy's great speed is in the back of that pitcher's mind. If he can get on, it's going to give him one more thing he's got to think about.
And a swing and a miss. Beat him with a fastball. Now batting Mitch Haniger. That one's upstairs, ball one. No score here in the second. Out in front and foul to the left side. Check swing. Now we'll look down to first. No swing. Just held it back there.
Ball three.
Home plate umpires trying to tighten things up a little bit.
J.P. Crawford in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. The pitch. Fouls one away, and now 3-2.
Instead of letting the hitter get his arms extended, tied him up a little bit, slightly up, slightly in.
Strike three, and that's 2 in a row.
That's tough. You see it well. I mean, that was clearly up and out of the strike zone, but that's one of the hardest things. You know, when you see a pitch out of the hand at eye level, that discipline to remember I can't hit that pitch. If I can see it really well at eye level, I can't catch up to that pitch when a pitcher's got this kind of velocity.
Now, J.P. Crawford. Late swing, foul to the left. The 0-1. And that drops in for a strike.
Man, 91 on the slider right there. That's a hard one. That's a low-end fastball for some pitchers.
2 down, nobody on. Fans another, and that's 3 straight strikeouts. Here in Miami, Lone Depot Park, it's going to be a scorcher out there today. It's the Cincinnati Reds taking on the Miami Marlins. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. Just about set to go now. And getting to start for Miami, Sandy Alcantara.
Anytime you have 5 pitches to work with on the mound, that repertoire can be a real weapon in terms of keeping hitters off balance, man. It's one of those things that I'm going to be looking for in this one. Does he have a feel for all of those pitches, or is he just able to get 1 or 2 over in the strike zone where he wants? Now, it's tough to do to be able to command all those pitches, but if he can, he is going to be very tough for the opponent today.
First pitch, 107.
Next offering down in the dirt. The 1-1 is fouled off. One, 2 now. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. Here's a 1-2. And a foul ball. He stays alive. The wind and the pitch. Swing and a ground ball. Throws to first. 1 out in the top of the first. Here's the lineup for the Reds. And the challenge for this lineup today, Singy, finding a way to have success against the sinker ball.
Yeah, it's a tough pitch to hit, Boog, and even harder to elevate. Got to set your sights a little bit higher when you're at the dish. They're struggling with it. I'd expect them to make some type of adjustment. It won't take long to see how well that sinker is working today.
Ellie De La
Ball
Cruz,
one, no strike.
the next to hit, takes outside. And that's a little bit high. And that's ball 2. Swing and a miss. Strike one.
Filthy changeup right there. Just pulled the string.
Right through there for a strike.
2-2 now.
One out, bases empty. Still 2-2 after the foul ball. Spoils a two-strike pitch, and he'll see another.
That wasn't an easy pitch to hit. It's much easier to do damage against mistakes, but that's not what that pitch was.
Swings and blasts one deep to left center, and that should be extra bases. Makes the turn and heads for second. And he starts his afternoon off right with a double.
Gotta love the resiliency he showed in that at bat, battling with two strikes. He got a pitch he could drive, but he didn't get too excited like a lot of guys do and pull off the baseball. Really good timing all the way through the swing, and the barrel was so on plane with the ball. Easy drive into the gap for that double.
One out, runner at second. Matt McClain, the next to hit for the Reds. Headed towards the corner, and that is a foul ball.
As a pitcher, you know the runner on second is ready to push things with his speed. A base hit's probably going to be a big run, so you really have to execute on the mound.
Runner takes off. Strike in there. Save. De La Cruz gets his first steal of the game. And the go-ahead run is now only 90 feet away. Swing and a ball lifted in the air. Shallow right field. It's going to fall for a hit. Run scores easily, and it's 1-0.
Well, that certainly feels good when you can win the at-bat after being down in the count, up against it with two strikes right there. There are a lot of nicknames people have attached to hits like that. Blooper, flare, duck snort, lawn dart, etc. But whatever you want to call it, it's a knot. And those are the ones that'll make you smile as a hitter just about every time. And now they've got some speed on first, so we'll see if they try to get him into motion.
And now Tyler Stevenson.
0-1's the count.
Alcantara over to first. McClain back in on a dive. Alcantara, multi-time All-Star. He features a sinker, a changeup, a four-seamer, a slider, and he occasionally uses a curve. And that'll get down for a base hit. And they'll have runners at the corners after a one-out single.
That's now 3 hits in a row for the offense. Anytime you rip a line drive the other way, you feel really good about what you did at the plate. You trusted your hands, you let the ball travel, and you took the barrel straight to it. That's great work right there.
Jake Fraley, the next to hit for the Reds. That's off the inside corner, and that is ball one. McClain at third. Stevenson over at first with one away. Misses the zone, and he gets him to chase.
Big pitch right here. He's going to try to make a pitch that's going to produce a strikeout or a ground ball double play.
Swing and a miss. Had him out front for the strikeout.
He's locked in at the plate when he's using the whole field. He was out in front there. Just needs to let the ball travel a little more, and his timing will be back on track. Good pitch for the strikeout.
And ready to hit now for Cincinnati, Spencer Steer. the ground. Down the line, and it's foul.
It's great to get on the board in the first frame of the ball game, but here's an opportunity for them to really open things up with a couple of runners on. Let's see if they can cash in.
Line drive, and this might be trouble. One runs in. Runner around third. The throw is offline, and he's in to score. 3-0.
Nicely done. Brings home 2. As a hitter, there's not a whole lot better of a feeling than a double into the gap. Right off the bat, you know you put a great swing on the baseball.
Manager out of the dugout now, and it looks like we'll see a change on the mound. Sandy Alcantara won't go any further, and he's responsible for the runner on second, so the book isn't closed on him yet. We'll be right back. New arm out of the bullpen, Andrew Nardi.
Just trying to keep this one close here, and this is where a bullpen can give their players a chance to fight back into the game.
Now batting Jamer Candelario. And that one is lifted in the air. Sanchez snags it, and that's the third out. But 3 score in the inning. 2 of them on this 2-run double. It's now 3-0. Back here in Miami, and starting in this one, Hunter Green.
He's got that splitter, and it's a pitch that swings and misses, come fast, and they come often. Very difficult to pick up out of his hand.
And now for the Marlins, Xavier Edwards. The Marlins in striking distance, but have some work to do.
Boog, it starts with the leadoff man. I need a good at-bat out of him right here.
And that's downstairs. And it's 1-0. Bunt attempt, but that goes foul. In the air, left field, down the line, and that'll fall for a base hit. And a good start to the inning.
Down in the count, battling to stay alive, and just a nice job to put it in play. He clearly didn't catch that one on the big part of the bat, just kind of muscled it out there. And, you know, on the mound, it can be pretty frustrating for a pitcher, but you just kind of have to expect those to drop in there sometimes.
Connor Norby, the next up for the Marlins. First pitch, and that's in for a strike.
Now, these guys definitely looking for a big swing of the bat right here. Try to close that gap. But, you know, at the very least, if you could find a way to manufacture that run from first, it feels like it's really important to getting back into this ball game.
And that's in there for a strike, and quickly 0-2.
Quickly down 0-2 in the count. I think you got to choke up a little bit, spread out the feet. You don't know what the velocity or the location of this next pitch is going to be.
The 0-2. And ball 1.
0-2 fastball way out of the zone. I think he's trying to speed him up. Got to stay back. Off speed's probably coming.
Nobody out. Runner at first. And there's a ball.
2 strikes.
Spoils that one, and it remains 2-2. Swings and misses, struck him out. Jesus Sanchez, the next up for the Marlins. Move to first. Edwards dives and can't get back in time. He's picked off.
So much for their first hit right there. Good move, and he had him leaning all the way.
swings and hits one in the air out towards right field. Fraley should have it. And puts the squeeze on that one. And that ends the inning. Back here at Lone Depot Park. And now the DH, Gavin Lux. And first offering is fouled off. And that one is inside. Signs of activity in the pen for the Marlins. Ronnie Enriquez getting loose out there. Martinez also throwing. And strike two.
I think you're sitting off speed there.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Ground ball right side. It squirts through. Man aboard on the leadoff single.
Batting up, the left fielder, Austin.
And now it's Austin Hayes. On the corner for a strike. 0-1. And it's fouled away. Hit on the ground up the middle. That's a base hit. Lead runner to second, so 2 on and nobody out.
Now batting, the center fielder, TJ.
So the batting order turns over. Now here's the Reds leadoff man, TJ Friedl. There's a strike. And the 0-1. Ground ball left side, and it stays fair. Rounds third, headed for the plate. 1 run across. Hayes coming around third. He's safe as he gets his hand in, and the lead is up to 5.
Stringing them together, that's 3 hits in a row. Just found a way to slap that ball down the third baseline. That's really excellent bat control, and it kind of goes back to all those drills you see hitters do off the tee where it's placed in different spots. That was just nice.
Now the Marlins manager out of the dugout, and he'll make a move to the pen. Andrew Nardi out of the game, and as he heads off, we'll step aside for a minute. Back with the new pitcher after this break. Ronnie Enriquez comes on now.
Well, they need someone to stop the bleeding and keep the score right where it is. Seems like a tough task today with the way this lineup is swinging it.
Ellie De La Cruz at the dish. He's a guy who can fill up a scorecard.
Everyone stops what they're doing when this guy's at the dish. He's a dream player for fans.
Edge of the zone for a strike, and it's 0-1. The shortstop takes the ball. Friedl stands at second with no outs. Pulled hard, but it's a foul ball.
I wouldn't throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball, slightly elevated. He's having a hard time catching up.
The 1-2. Foul ball left side. He'll see another.
That's a ball.
Stays alive. On the ground to third. Fires across the diamond. So it was a long battle at the plate, but they still managed to get the out.
The second baseman,
Matt McClain will hit next. That's too low. 1-0.
1-0.
This one popped up. Snags it for the second out.
the catcher,
Tyler Stevenson, the next to hit for the Reds. 1 for 1 with a single and a run scored so far. And first offering is fouled off. Runner at second, 2 down. Next offering is fouled back. Man at second. The changeup missing, and the count is 1-2. The other way, he's got it, and that'll end the inning. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Major League Baseball on tap. It's the Athletics and the Detroit Tigers. And we'll be back with the first pitch right after this. Just about ready to go. And on the mound in this one, Tarek Skubal.
Well, he comes at hitters with a 5-pitch mix, so for him, it's always interesting to see how he utilizes those weapons. He may lean on 1 or 2 pitches depending on how things are going and how things are working, but if he can control 4 or even 5 of those offerings, look out, hitters. It's going to be a tough day. He's really going to be able to keep those guys off balance.
Fouled off left side. And that one is downstairs, and that's ball 1. Just missed. Yeah, the 2-1 hammered but foul.
A little early on that fastball. I'm sure the pitcher taking a note. Look for an off-speed pitch on this next one.
Keeps the at-bat going with a foul ball. And downstairs.
Really good take, especially with 2 strikes.
Swing and a miss. The velocity blasted it right past him.
Well, getting a good look at the pitcher here in the first inning isn't a bad thing. I know he struck out, but you can live with that as long as the other hitters in this lineup can learn something from it.
Ripped to short. Gets it to first. 2 away here in the top of the first. And time now to check out the A's lineup. They're dealing with a top-level arm on the mound, so this figures to be a tough matchup for them. What's the key to the offense today, Singy?
Oh, Boog, I think when you got a guy that's this talented on the mound, you got to find ways to disrupt his rhythm, make him uncomfortable a little bit. The guys that can handle the bat and perhaps, bunt for a base hit, get him moving off the mound. If you're in the box and he seems to be just in a flow, step out, mess up his timing, somehow try to get in his head a little bit. And then when he does come in the zone, you may only get 1 pitch. You better not miss it.
2 outs. And that one fouled off. The 1-1. He swings and fouls one off. On the ground to third. The A's go quietly. End of a half inning of play. No score. Back here in Detroit. And today's starter, Luis Severino.
Well, I'm interested to see how he utilizes his sinker to this lineup, Boog. It's not necessarily his go-to primary pitch, but he does mix it in when he needs it. He's just got to make sure that it's not flat. Otherwise, it's going to get hit hard. So look for him to throw it up there when he needs a big double play, a ground ball, something like that to get out of an inning, change it up for a hitter. Also, get those hitters looking down so that it opens up the top of the strike zone, especially late in an at-bat.
Parker Meadows, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball 1. You rewind and think back to those Giants teams that won 3 world titles. They were pretty good contact-based teams. Obviously, the Royals as well. It feels like it's swinging back a little bit towards there's an advantage to having some hitters in your lineup that make contact. Let's take a check of the Tigers lineup. And Singy, you have to think this lefty-heavy lineup is ready to eat in this one with a righty on the hill.
Eat it is, Boog. So many lefties. Just feel more confident with the righty pitching, giving them that little edge. Doesn't always play out that way in the box score, though, so we'll see what happens in this game.
Gleyber Torres up to hit. Severino in his 9th season, 31 years old, and he was born in the Dominican Republic. This to third. It's in and out of his glove. Gets off a throw, and they get him. The misplay made it a bit messy, but they cleaned things up for the out.
Hey, man, 4 pitches, 2 outs. That is an excellent base.
Here's Riley Green. First pitch doesn't find the zone.
1 ball.
2 outs, base is empty. Next offering is fouled back. The 1-1 is fouled off. Two down, nobody on. On the ground, right side. Dives, but it kicks off his glove. And he'll be safe at first. Kerry Carpenter up now for the Tigers. Swing and a foul out of play.
Boog, the runner at first needs to be careful right here. He's dealing with a pickoff artist on the mound. Well, we call that keyholing. Even though it's right there and looks pretty good, if he doesn't love it, he's not going to swing that early in the count.
On the ground, right side. Handles, throws to first. Inning over. Tigers leave one. Scoreless after one. And welcome back to the ballpark. Second inning set to go. And now the catcher comes up to hit. Shea Langoliers.
He's a big, strong guy, can untie this game with one swing.
Scooble back to work. Fought off foul. And that one fouled off. And that's through the swing. It's a strikeout.
Well, big power guy right there and generating so much bat speed. It's hard to bring that to a halt once you've committed. They tried to check the swing, just couldn't do it.
Tyler Soderstrom at the plate now. That's ball one. The 1-0. And that one clips the corner.
Looks like a really good fastball today. You can hear that catcher's mitt popping. Looking forward to hearing a lot of that one in this one.
A's looking to put the go-ahead run on base. In there at the knees for a strike. To third. Tosses to first. And that quickly 2 away.
Well, he's doing a nice job of keeping the ball out of the air. Lets the defense work behind him with another ground ball. Good execution.
Next up for the A's, Zach Geloff. Fastball for a strike.
Man, I mean, nice job just presenting it to be better than it actually was.
Second inning here, no score. Towards first. Keith takes it to the bag, and it's a 1-2-3 inning. inside Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. We've got a perfect day for baseball. It's the Boston Red Sox and the Toronto Blue Jays. First pitch coming your way next. Just about set to go now. And our starting pitcher here today, Kevin Gossman. What do you have on him?
This guy has a ton of respect from his own teammates, Boog. He's the type of guy, if he's not having a good day, he'll go out there and just wear it. No matter what happens, his starts tend to be less demanding on the bullpen.
Ready to go now? And stepping in for Boston, Jarren Duran. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1.
0-1.
And the righty deals. Swings through the fastball up in the zone.
0-2 with the count.
That one the other way. Fair ball. Around first, heading for two. And he's there with a leadoff double.
Well, he found himself behind in the count right there, but he didn't give in. That was a thing of beauty. He may have been a little behind the pitch, but by getting that barrel into the hitting zone early on in his swing, he was able to meet it and still shoot a line drive down the line and left.
Here's Alex Bregman. And a first pitch fastball is in for a strike. No outs. Runner on second. Up and in, and it's a ball to strike. Toronto's bullpen with some action. Jimmy Garcia, the hard-throwing righty, is up and loosening. Green getting loose as well. And fouled off.
Really going after him here. All fastballs to get ahead in the count.
Runner at second, nobody out. Just misses. And a count now even up.
Looks like he thinks that should have been a strike at the top of the zone, but doesn't seem to be too upset. That's just a case where I think he's trying to get a better feel for the umpire's strike zone and what he's going to be calling. That's just a part of pitching.
And misses inside.
He's really tightening up his hitting zone with 2 strikes here. I love it.
Foul ball, and it remains a full count. Good battle here. About to be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. And ball 4, 2 aboard.
First base.
Well, he took his chance at getting him to chase right there, but with first base open, walk not a bad thing. He set up a double play opportunity if he can induce a ground ball.
Devers now. This one in the air, center field. Lucas brings it in, and there's one down. Check out the Red Sox lineup, and it's clear the most important job they have today is getting to the starting pitcher early and often.
No doubt about that. That's the best way to disrupt a game, but can they do it? Certainly something for us to pay attention to in this one, partner.
Now batting Tristan Casas.
In the grand scheme of things, this at-bat might not feel important because it's early, but it could create a domino effect for things to come. Control what you can here and have a strong at-bat.
And that is out of play.
The last thing he wants is to hit the ball on the ground, but I wouldn't expect many pitches up in the zone. They'll be pitching for a double play in this spot.
Clips the corner, and it's 0-2. battling here as he fouls it away. Oh, look at the stop. Tags the runner. Double play. What a quick killing to end the inning. So one hit is all they get. Bottom half of inning number one coming up. No score after a half inning. Back here at Rogers Center. And pitching in this game, Garrett Crochet.
Well, you're going to see good velocity between the four-seam fastball and the cutter. Better be ready to hit. It's going to be fairly straight, but just because it's straight doesn't mean it's easy to get the barrel on it.
Bottom of the first, and now for the Jays, George Springer. And the pitch is in for a strike. 0-1. That one missed.
See if you can go upstairs a little bit. Make sure you miss up and out of the zone since you're heading to count 1-2. Don't miss in the zone because that's where you can get hurt.
Just missing there. And now 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I wouldn't throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball slightly elevated. He just is having a hard time catching up.
That's inside. Fouled off again, and it remains 3-2. Fights it off. He'll see another. Fouled off, and they'll do it again. Three-two. Knocks that one away, and we'll do it again. Good job to fight that one off. Foul. We'll see another payoff pitch.
Well, having such a tough time putting him away. 6 foul balls in a row. Man, what a battle.
Foul ball, and it remains a full count. And it's fouled off. They'll do it again. Fly ball down the line. Duran sizing this one up. Corrals it. And there's one down. Let's take a look at the lineup for the Blue Jays. Bichette up to the dish. And the pitch is outside. Ball 1. 1 out. Base is empty. Out to short. Story sends it over to first. And Bichette is retired. Anthony Santander at the plate. He's not going to get cheated up there.
No, he's not. He's looking to do damage with every swing he takes.
Fastball in for a strike, and it's 0-1. Next offering is fouled back. Outside low, 1-2 to count. Started after it, tried to hold up. Now a look to first, no swing. Swing and a high fly ball left field. Rafaela makes the play, and it's out number 3. We played an inning, no score. Out of the bullpen for the Jays, Jimmy Garcia.
They know that he can get a right-hander out, but he's in position to face a couple of lefties this inning.
Here's Story now. This is a guy who's in the lineup first and foremost because of what he contributes defensively, Chris. And when you talk about preventing runs from being scored, this guy is a big contributor. Swing and a foul out of play.
I was always told it's hard to take you off the field when you play really good defense, especially at a premier position, and that's what he does.
Story swings and crushes one. Deep left field. Up against the wall and brings it in.
Just pulled off of it a little bit right there. That front shoulder coming open instead of staying closed. If he does that, he's going to be able to go up the middle the other way with some authority instead of a fly out to left.
Masataka Yoshida goes after that one for strike one. No score here in the second. Pitch misses. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He's great hitting the ball the other way, and that pitch did a good job to straighten him up a bit. Mission accomplished.
Patrick Johnson calling the balls and strikes.
Pretty standard zone for Johnson. Sometimes he might get a little jumpy, a little excited and expand the zone, but usually you at least feel like the pitcher on the mound is earning it, and that's important because you got to make players.
Boots it.
No, he's safe.
Substitution being made at first. Pinch running here. David Hamilton. 1 down. And next for the Red Sox, Wilyer Abreu.
Definitely wants to stay out of the double play here. Ball on the ground in the infield. Should be an inning-ending double play.
Now a high fly ball out to left center. Lucas sizes this one up. Makes the grab. 2 down. So up next, Connor Wong.
This is a great dynamic right here. Speedy runner at first, thinking about taking second. Catcher with the pop time that leaves Jaws on the floor. This might get interesting, Boo.
Hamilton leads off first with 2 down to the inning. Garcia throw over.
No,
Hamilton dives back in safely. Two outs. Runner on the go. Swing and a miss. Throw to second. He's safe. And the go-ahead run is now in scoring position. Here's a 1-1.
2 balls, 1 strike.
That's in there.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Right through there. Got him. That's the 3rd out. On the corner of Dave Niehaus Way and Edgar Martinez Drive, welcome to T-Mobile Park. We've got open-air baseball for you on the show. It's the Cleveland Guardians taking on the Seattle Mariners. First pitch coming at you right after the break. All right, just about ready for baseball. Getting the nod in this one, Logan Gilbert. Chris, how about a scouting report?
Well, the hammer is in effect, and he sets it up so nicely because of the velocity on the fastball. Will elevate that and then break you off when he's ahead in the count. What I love about him, you get into the later innings of the ball game, and the velocity seems to go up.
Stephen Kwan, the leadoff batter, as he looks at ball 1. And another ball. Swing and a ball lifted in the air, shallow left field. A little bloop single. So a runner aboard to start the inning. Stepping up for the Guardians, Kyle Manzardo. And that's through there for a strike. It's 0-1. Left-hand batter waits. And that one fouled off.
With 2 strikes, may see some movement over there at first base, trying to stay out of the double play right here.
Spoils a 2-strike pitch, and he'll see another. Not close with that one. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Gets a piece and stays alive. Kwan aboard here at first with nobody out. Next offering is down low.
Good slider down and in can be so hard to get on plane with. You're better off taking that pitch.
Next offering is outside.
On this count, runner not known for his speed, but I think you got to put him in motion. Try to avoid a double play here, Boog.
And ball 4, 2 aboard.
Well, we've seen this recipe cook up a big inning plenty of times. 2 runners on, nobody out, and they're in the heart of their order. It's just a great opportunity to put up a crooked number.
Here's Jose Ramirez. First offering, and it just misses. Ground ball right side, could be 2. Goes to second for 1. Relay to first, double play.
For me, that's one of the toughest double plays to turn on the infield. The first baseman has to get inside, create a throwing lane to hit that middle infielder to start the double play, and then from there completing it back to first. Really good job all the way around.
So the go-ahead run in scoring position. Carlos Santana digs in for the Guardians. Fought off foul. And fouled off. Skips in, and excellent work to corral that one. Could have been dangerous. Oh, he hit him. And that got him pretty flush. He had 2 strikes on him, and he hit him. Here's Lane Thomas. Yeah, that's fouled off. Corners are occupied with 2 down. Oh, and 2 now. And a swing and a miss. Huge strikeout there.
He's in a tough spot, had to make a great pitch, did it, got the strikeout, gets out of the jam. Clearly, he's happy with those results.
Back in Seattle and on the hill today, Tanner Bybee. Chris, what are you looking for from him?
Very solid starters, able to repeat his mechanics on a consistent basis, which allows him to move through a lineup and get deep into a ball game.
Bottom of the first. Here's the veteran outfielder, Victor Robles. Turned on, but foul wide of third. Hammers that one deep left field and forget it. That'll fire up the dugout, and they jump out front. It's 1-0. That was blasted.
Absolutely, no doubt off the bat. Well, he put a really nice swing on that one, and everything was on time, took a direct path to the ball, excellent extension, and Just drove it out of here. Nothing better than when the ball jumps off your bat like that.
And now it's Julio Rodriguez. Hard hit left side. Throw on to Santana. And that's the first out. Nice recovery after giving up the homer. And now we check out the Mariners lineup. And now for Seattle, Cal Raleigh. He is very much your typical power hitter. I'd say he falls into the 3 true outcomes category.
Well, we've seen more and more of that lately. The ability to drive the ball to slug is getting heavily favored over any discipline or strikeout concerns. Man, he really sells the changeup with that arm action.
One down, base is empty. And he can't come up with it. Still able to fire over. Save. It was never going to be easy after the misplay.
Wise to just eat that. Otherwise, you risk throwing it into the dugout.
Now it's Randy Arozarena. High fly ball, and that one curling foul down the right side. Raleigh leads off first with 1 away.
One and one.
Inside, just missed. That one fouled off.
His eyes got big. He saw that changeup way out in front. Better to pull it than to get jammed on something off speed like that.
Here's the 2-2. That's foul off to the right side. Keeps the AB going.
I would throw him another breaking ball. Try to go again with the fastball slightly elevated. He just is having a hard time catching up.
Blows the high heat past him. That's a strikeout.
Typically that high fastball, if it's close to the top of the strike zone, a hitter, if he's prepared for it, can get to it. But that one just had that little jump at the end, which indicates there's a good spin rate on it, and it didn't decrease in velocity as that hitter's internal clock would expect it to, and that's why you see the swing and miss.
Next to hit, Luke Raley just missed.
No, he's really working him away this at bat. Sometimes take a little bit off velocity. Try to get a rollover, something on the ground. Stay away from that big hole on the right side of the infield.
And that one hammered. Going back. And that is the third out of the inning. But the Mariners draw first blood here on this solo homer. It's now 1-0. You're watching Major League Baseball on The Show. Welcome back, and we've got a new arm on the mound to start the second. Gregory Santos. Angel Martinez digs in now. And that one upstairs, ball 1. Some activity in the Mariners bullpen. Andres Munoz appears to be getting loose. Snyder, a hard-throwing right-hander, up as well. The 1-0. And that drops in for a strike.
Getting a little frustrated with the strike zone.
This one driven deep, way back there, and it's gone. We are tied. And we're starting over. It's 1-1.
That's a clutch hit in a big moment. You can't ask for a better time to get a swing like that. Changeup up in the zone is a hitter's dream. It's a BP fastball, but you're playing in real time. Most times, the pitcher's asking for a new baseball, just like right there.
So it's all tied up thanks to the home run. Now it's the right fielder, Will Brennan. Swing and a ground ball. In plenty of time to first. One out in the second.
Good sinker low in the zone right there and produced exactly what he was looking for. Ball on the ground, nice ground out.
Bo Naylor at the plate now. Fouled off. He was late. One out, bases empty. And Naylor swings through that one.
Two really good back-to-back sliders. Now in an 0-2 count. He's feeling real confident about finishing this hitter off. He can go anywhere he wants.
Boog, Rusty Valentine umpiring behind the plate in this one. He has what you might call a tall strike zone, both at the letters and down below the knees.
Yeah, and I'm sure that helps a lot of pitchers we see today who like to work up, down, trying to change eye levels and swing paths.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Brian Rocchio. A little bit low. Ball one. Foul ball there. Two out, space is empty. Swing and a tapper that rolls foul. High chopper to third. Now a jump throw. He is safe, and that was bang, bang at first.
Well, from the time you're a little leaguer, you're taught to hustle out of the box and give it a full sprint through the base, regardless of how you hit it. And he didn't make great contact, but the effort was there, and he earns the base hit.
So the Guardians lineup turns over. So in now for Cleveland, Stephen Kwan. And there's the strike. Rocchio, the runner at first with two gone. Bounce to the left side. They get the force. That's out number 3. Seaver Way. Welcome to the home of the New York Mets. This is Citi Field. MLB The Show with a good one coming at you. It's the Colorado Rockies going up against the New York Mets. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. So just about set now. And on the hill, Kodai Senga. What do we have on him?
It's always interesting to see how he utilizes all of his pitches and how many of those he has a good feel for on that given day. When he's right, he's really able to keep hitters guessing, and all of his stuff seems to be coming out of the same arm slot, the same tunnel, and that can make life very difficult on his opponents.
All right, ready to go here. And now the center fielder, Brenton Doyle. And there's a strike to the outside corner. And we're underway from Queens. And there's a foul ball.
One ball, two strikes.
Rarely will you see a pitcher just waste a pitch like that. The batter wasn't even tempted to swing. Every pitch needs to have a purpose so that it can set up a following pitch to help you get that out.
Swing and a miss, struck him out. And Chris, that's a way to neutralize his speed by keeping him off base.
And the defense breathes a sigh of relief because he puts pressure on everyone if he can put the ball in play. But that's how you do it. Keep him off balance, get him out of there, and deal with the next guy.
There's Ryan McMahon now. On the ground at first. Quick start to this afternoon's action. 2 gone. Here's Bud Black's lineup for the Colorado Rockies. The sluggers in this lineup might not be too happy about the fact that the wind is blowing in today, Chris.
Yeah, and you hear pitchers talk about how good it feels when the wind is at their back. And for hitters, you almost feel like beyond just the pitcher coming at you, you've got this other force coming against you. So important to try to get on top of the ball in terms of hitting line drives, maybe really hard ground balls with a good exit velocity that'll get you a base hit, because it's very frustrating. You just hit one on the screws, think it's going to go out of the ballpark, and an outfielder is camped underneath it in front of the warning track.
In the air, out towards left center. Taylor right there to make the grab. And that'll do it. No score as we head to the bottom of the first. Back here in Queens. And towing the slab for Colorado in this one, German Marquez.
Well, the big thing is that the way he holds his curveball, it's more of a knuckle curve. And because of that, it's less predictable in terms of the break for the hitter. That makes it that much harder to hit this guy.
Now it's the shortstop, Francisco Lindor. You talked about elite defensive players, especially in the middle of the diamond. And this guy is at the top of the list. And that's a strike.
Yeah, we go beyond just the fielding percentage and what it looks like, but the ability to have a range and close holes that are normally there against an average defender. But this guy is special, and you can see it in his first step quickness. Boog, and the one thing about that is speed never goes in a slump, and defense shouldn't either. Hitting wise, you can struggle, you can lose your mechanics, but the thing that you can do consistently every single game is play great defense if you're talented in that way, and this is what this guy does. When you look at the ability to save runs defensively, but then also put runs up on the scoreboard, that's the kind of player that every championship team needs to have.
Swing and a drive, deep right field. Ranging back. Grabs it right up against the wall. Let's take a peek at the Mets lineup here. This is a veteran-led lineup right here. A lot of players with plenty of experience, Singy.
Yeah, no doubt about that, Boog. These players have been around the game for a long time, and they may not have the flash that they once did, but they've got the wisdom to be able to understand different situations, be able to think with the opponent and sometimes in front of the opponent. And you always seem to see a team like this. They come to the ballpark.
This one's into the outfield. Could be extra bases. Around first and hustling for second. And he starts his afternoon off right with a double.
Went up there looking to be aggressive and got something he could handle. Good piece of hitting, going the other way with that pitch to beat the shift. You know, not a lot of guys are willing to do that, even with the shift on, because they're looking to pull the ball with authority. But it's a pretty easy hit if you want it.
One out, runner at second. And now it's Mark Vientos. Edge of the zone, called a strike. 0-1.
0-1's the count.
Tap foul at the plate. Man at second. And 1-2.
He really committed to that fastball up at the top of the zone. He knows that if he makes a mistake in the zone, it gets hit hard by a power guy like this. That's a nice miss right there.
That one not close. 2-2. And there's a ball. Pete Alonso in the on-deck circle, hoping to get a chance to make a big impact here. Soto over at second, one down. Fouled off again, and it remains 3-2. Swing and a miss. That one in the dirt. Stallings gathers, throws to first, and there's two gone following the strikeout.
Nice job recovering to complete the strikeout at first base right there. Even though the runner from second does move up to third, it's not a big deal in this situation now that there are two outs. Just makes blocking pitches in the dirt to this next batter even more critical.
Here's Pete Alonso. A little bit high, and that is ball one. Two outs with a runner at third. And that one popped in the air, left field. Jones. And that's the inning. Mets leave one, scoreless after one. Back here at Citi Field, here's Michael Toglia.
Number 4, Michael Toglia.
Senga back to work. Swing and a ball lifted left field. Makes the grab, and there's one down. Here's Chris Bryant now. Late swing, fouled off.
Some real good life going through the zone on that one.
Second inning here, no score. Next pitch inside, and the count is 1-1. Ricky Holiday, our umpire behind the dish, known as pretty fair umpire for both hitters and pitchers.
Yeah, I think that's right, Boog. There is a little inconsistency on the corners of the plate. You can't always be sure how it's going to go with those borderline pitches as the game progresses.
Vientos whips it to first. Bryant out on the play.
Well, there's a lot riding on that at bat right there. Nice job of the pitcher to bear down, make the pitch, get the ground ball. Excellent piece of work.
Now here's Nolan Jones. And that one popped to short. Hauls it in to end the inning. John Sciambi and Chris Singleton with you. And it's going to be a hot one out there, Singy. Temperatures in the 90s right now around first pitch.
Yeah, Boog, some players love this heat. They feel like there's no fear attacking the baseball. Don't have to worry about cold days and getting jammed. But I tell you what, for me, it was always about hydration because I could cramp up. And you have to make sure that you stay up on your fluids. And it's not just when the game starts. This is something that you have to do days in advance if you're someone that's prone to cramping.
It's the Cincinnati Reds taking on the St. Louis Cardinals. All right, we'll be back to get this one started after this. Just about set. And towing the slab here, Sonny Gray. Always a treat to watch one of the best starters in the sport, Singy.
Great sinker. Although it's not his primary pitch, it's really a pitch that he can go to. Misses the barrel of the bat, gets ground balls, and lets the defense work behind him.
Okay, all set to go. In now for the Reds, T.J. Friedl. And the first pitch misses for ball one. And that is out of play. Left field. Nootbaar sizing this one up. Puts it away for the out. Here's the lineup for the Reds. With an excellent arm on the mound, Singy, this won't be easy. They'll need to take advantage of the opportunities that they do have.
You're right about that, Boog. Odds are they won't have many chances against this guy, but if they can rattle him out of the gates, they'll have a shot. If not, look out. It might be a long day for this offense.
Ellie De La Cruz at the plate. He's fast.
Faster than me?
Oh, you're over 50, Chris, so yeah. Got it started a little too early. Strike one. And now the count is even. And a pop-off, right side, foul territory. Contreras sizes this one up, has room, and he makes the catch. next for Cincinnati, Matt McClain. This one popped up. Foul ground, first base side. Contreras makes the grab. And that is that. And 1, 2, 3 go the Reds. Now the Cardinals will see what they can do. There's no score. It's Major League Baseball, and it's on the show. Back here in St. Louis, and getting a start for Cincinnati, Hunter Green.
4-pitch guy. He's got some options to work with in terms of keeping hitters off balance. So we'll see how he decides to utilize those weapons through this start here, and whether or not he's able to mix them all in early, or if he wants to hold something back a little bit later, maybe second, third time through the order, and give them something they haven't seen. It's tough when you know a guy's got that in his back pocket. As a hitter, you really have to stay on your toes.
High fly ball lifted into air right field. Fraley should have it. Nabs it. One away. Here's the Cardinals lineup now. Now with their ace on the mound today, they're just looking to provide him a little bit of run support, and they'll see what they can do for him.
Boog, you have to be really careful when you've got a guy like this on the mound for you to not become a spectator. You know that he doesn't give up a whole lot, but sometimes guys get a little too comfortable and don't have an urgency to score runs. You have to make sure you put him in a situation where he can get the W, but also you guys can cruise to the finish line and not have to worry about a comeback in the end.
Alec Burleson now in the box. Comes up empty with a swing there. Swing and a pop-up. Hauls it in for the out. And a couple of quick outs.
Bill, that was a pitch you got to crush. Unbelievable that he missed it right there. And I'm telling you, he is going to be frustrated with himself until his next at bat.
Wilson Contreras now up to the plate. First pitch, and he just misses. Swings through the fastball up in the zone.
A healthy cut, tough pitch at 98, but a really good pass at the ball.
Here's a 1-2. Just off the inside edge.
Boog, he never moved because he never had time to. With that kind of velocity, you'd prefer that pitcher work away.
Two out, space is empty. Swings and misses on the fastball up in the zone for the strikeout. Nothing doing there for St. Louis. We played an inning, no score. New inning getting started, and here's the catcher, Tyler Stevenson. Stevenson measures 6 feet 4 inches, 225 pounds, a former first-round pick back in 2015. That one finds the zone. That's strike one.
0-1.
Fought off foul. Next pitch misses, and it's 1-2.
Man, oh man, I don't know how you take that pitch. That's as close as it gets.
To the right side, a dive, nice stop, and that's a great play for the out.
Well, he makes a great decision to go ahead and dive to stop that ball. Nice little flip to the pitcher covering. Those are those PFPs, pitchers fielding plays.
And now the right fielder, Jake Fraley. And that one fouled off. One out, bases empty. Trying to bunt his way on. Grabs it barehanded. Gathers and throws. He's safe. On with a bunt single.
Nearly a highlight reel play at third, but the bare hand grab still wasn't enough to get the out. Great effort to make that play as close as it was, though.
One down, runner at first. And now Spencer Steer. And that one fouled off. Swing and a pop-up. Foul territory for the catcher. Pulls it down, and there's two gone. Now batting Jamer Candelario.
Well, both sides equally as strong, so not a good time to try to turn him around with a relief pitcher and put him on the other side of the plate.
That's a bullet, but it goes foul. No score here in the second. And the 0-2. Misses the zone for a ball. That was the sweeper. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Tied him up on a fastball inside.